Good morning, everyone. I think we've just opened the meeting, so let's give about a minute as the attendees trickle in. All right, it looks like the attendees have started to stabilize the numbers a little bit. So I'll get us started. We do have a lot to get covered today. So good morning, welcome, and thank you for joining us this Friday for the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety's public workshop on 2023 Wildfire Mitigation Plan Guidelines Development. I'm Nathan Poon, an analyst in Energy Safety's Electric Safety Policy Division, and I'll get us started with a few quick housekeeping items. First, let's open with a brief safety message. This is a virtual meeting and everybody is participating remotely. Please be aware of your surroundings and know the evacuation route out from your location. If you are alone in your space, please make sure somebody is aware of your location in the event of an emergency. If you feel something, please say something. The chat function for this workshop is disabled, but if you need immediate emergency assistance from me or any of the other panelists, you can use the Q&A function, which we will be monitoring throughout the day. Finally, this workshop is an all-day event and requires us to sit in front of a computer. Please be mindful to stand up and move around throughout the day and use the planned breaks as opportunities to step away from your screen. Looking forward to the agenda for today. After the introductions, we'll have 3 content sessions. This morning, we'll get started discussing restructuring of the guidelines, move on to risk assessment, and finally, discuss the maturity model in the afternoon. We'll conclude the workshop at 4:30. After each presentation, we'll have a break followed by public comment and questions. We look forward to hearing everybody's comments during the comment segments. To ensure we have an orderly discussion, please raise your hand on Zoom and wait to be called on and unmuted. If you're joining us through the phone, you can raise your hand using #2. If you are not speaking, be sure to mute yourself. Written comments and questions can be entered into the Q&A window at any time. As appropriate to the discussion, the Q&A comments may be read aloud. All comments, both verbal and chat in the Q&A, will be recorded and evaluated for consideration. On that note, please be aware that today's workshop will be recorded and posted to Energy Safety's website. I'd now like to introduce Lucy Morgans, Program Manager of Energy Safety's Electric Safety Policy Division, for some opening remarks.
Thanks very much, Nathan. Good morning, and thank you to everyone joining us today. So at today's workshop, Energy Safety's consultant, Jensen Hughes, will be presenting preliminary proposals for changes to the upcoming 2023 Wildfire Mitigation Plan, or WMP, guidelines, which we refer to as the guidelines throughout this presentation. The material presented today is not Energy Safety's final determination on the 2023 WMP guidelines. The goal of this workshop is to provide stakeholders and the general public with an early opportunity to ask questions and to share feedback to help inform the guidelines development process. Feedback on technical, administrative, and process improvements are all appreciated. Energy Safety is especially eager to hear from stakeholders who've participated in the past WMP evaluations about the lessons learned through the 2020 and 2022 WMP cycles. In addition to the comments and discussions heard during today's workshop, Written comments will be accepted through May the 6th. The written comments do not need to be limited to the specific topics covered today. Energy Safety is aiming to publish the draft 2023 guidelines of public review at the end of the summer, and for the final guidelines to be published in the fall. Energy Safety looks forward to engaging with all stakeholders during the development of the guidelines. And with that, I'll now turn to Darlene and Jonathan from Jensen Hughes, who will be leading today's discussion.
Thank you, Lucy. Can everyone hear me? Just because not,
yeah,
okay, great. I'm just letting you guys know that my setup for camera on, as well as having my monitor up, is not working. So I'm just gonna say hello first and then go just directly to the slides. But morning, everyone. I'm Darlene Reaney. I'm a director with Jensen Hughes, and I lead our wildfire risk mitigation service line. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and switch to presentation mode. And so there'll be a slight 1 second where it sort of flips in between my single mode of monitor to the dual mode. So 1 second, please. Okay, can everyone see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Great, thank you. Let me just flick back up. I'm off a couple slides here. Okay. So again, thank you and good morning, everyone. So before we start the presentations, we thought it would be worthwhile to highlight briefly the underlying primary goal and sub-goals from energy safety's perspective that has and is informing some of the concepts and ideas we're thinking about at this point in the guideline development process and what we'll be discussing today. Fundamentally, we all know that the primary goal of the WMP program is to help significantly reduce utility-related wildfire risk in the state, particularly for the IOUs. To help achieve this goal, 5 sub-goals have been identified as the main focus areas for the 2023 to 2025 WMP cycle. While these sub-goals have been based primarily on feedback and input from energy safety, they have also been informed and shaped by comments received thus far from the public, the WSAB, and other interested stakeholder groups during the previous WMP cycle. In addition to these goals and the proposals we're presenting today, these have also been informed by best practices and lessons learned in other more mature fire safety regulatory sectors, such as nuclear fire safety and building fire safety. So with that, the first sub-goal that has been identified as a focus area is to optimize WMP submissions. This is primarily looking at ways to help guide both the format and substance of the WMPs such that they are more efficient and effective in communicating utilities' fire hazards and risks, how the utility is going to mitigate those hazards and risks, and how the utility will implement, operate, and maintain the associated mitigation measures over time. The second goal is to optimize evaluation of the WMPs. In many ways, this second sub-goal is linked to achieving the first sub-goal, but in addition to that, we're also looking at ways to help improve other technical and process-oriented aspects of the evaluation that can further streamline energy safety's review specifically. The third goal that has been identified is to optimize compliance division assessments. What we mean here is looking at ways to integrate reporting requirements that will help facilitate the audits and in-field inspections performed by compliance division. This can mean integrating more quantifiable design, implementation, operation, maintenance, inspection plans, standards, and referenceable best practices in WMP guidelines and the associated WMPs. This sub-goal also includes finding ways in which compliance division findings can provide a feedback mechanism directly into the WMPs to better inform evaluators and the public on how the utilities are doing and implementing their plans. The fourth sub-goal is to increase the maturity of energy safety's regulatory program. This goal is more of a 30,000-foot view of the overall program and not specifically about the guidelines. So it's not really a focus of our discussion today, but something that's also going on in parallel and should in the long run further enhance the other sub-goals. And finally, the last sub-goal is to increase capacity for comprehensive risk assessment, which Jonathan will be talking mostly about in session 2. What we mean here is to help identify ways in which we can advance fundamental aspects of how risk is incorporated into the WMP program, not just from a technical perspective, but also through a more comprehensive lens, where we look at both quantitative and qualitative information and how that's considered when utilities are making risk-informed decisions. So I know that I was on this slide for a while, but hopefully that provides some useful context as we go through several of the preliminary concepts we have prepared for discussion today. So for the first session on restructuring of the guidelines, we'll have several key proposals across 3 main sort of topic areas. The first part is more about scope and structure of the guidelines. So we'll do a little brief overview of the existing structure that you're all familiar with, and then go into a number of key proposals for consideration. Part 2 will be about what energy safety is currently evaluating with respect to WMP submission timelines. So again, a sort of brief overview of the current conditions or context, and then some key concepts that are under evaluation presently. And finally, part 3 will be about the current thinking that energy safety is having regarding what the WMP update guidelines will look like. So again, we'll provide an overview of the existing guidelines, update guidelines, and then go through a number of key proposals for consideration. Oops, sorry. So this slide here provides a high-level overview of the basic documents that comprise the guidelines during the first 3 years. The example shown here is for the 2022 WMP update guidelines, which you're all very familiar with. Of course, it's attachment 1 summarizes the key changes. Attachment 2 is sort of the meat of the guidelines itself with the template. Attachment 3 is the instructions for the WMP quarterly report. Attachment 4 is for maturity model, and attachment 5 was for providing guidance for submission and review. So in support of the guidelines are also a suite of resolutions while energy safety was still under the CPUC, numerous statutes and regulations, as well as other numerous standards and industry references. So in this slide over here on the right, showing again a high-level outline of the existing WMP guideline instructions with the 9 different sections that you're all familiar with. In looking at the existing structure, the current guidelines really focused on consolidating information around key themes, such as expenditures or lessons learned or performance metrics. And this arrangement in many ways necessitated the evaluator or reviewer to cross-reference multiple sections of the WMP to piece together a cohesive understanding of the overall strategy or overall understanding of a specific mitigation initiative. This oftentimes resulted in some duplication of information and contributed in part to sort of the hefty size of the WMPs. Another main feature of the existing guidelines is the emphasis it had on reporting and gathering of data, oftentimes with sort of limited guardrails on the sort of style and format of the presentation and sort of the depth of information. So this was extremely beneficial, I think, in many ways, particularly for the first 3 years, as it provided energy safety and other stakeholders with a significant amount of data and information on how the utilities were thinking of wildfire risk and managing it. But at the same time, you're all very aware that it resulted in significant variability and volume of reporting. So with the main basis for proposing a number of scope and structure improvements is really to improve upon those challenges while also directly making some significant strides in satisfying sub-goals 1 through 3 that I mentioned at the top. The first 3 proposals that I have listed here are really interrelated and introduce some major overhauling of the current WMP structure. So the first being looking at providing a more top-down problem-solving format for the structure and flow of information of the WMPs. The second here is, instead of consolidating information around those previous themes, was to consolidate information or data that is more mitigation initiative focused. And then third, looking at ways to better streamline the main body of the WMP to key narratives and metrics, and having the more detailed information and substantive information located in appendices. So the fourth proposal here is to consolidate or reference all sort of administrative and technical requirements into one sort of comprehensive document or guideline, and to start moving the guidelines directionally into sort of becoming this like one-stop shop for all utility wildfire risk mitigation. And finally, the fifth proposal is introducing a more standardized WMP template, this Word document that utilities would fill in directly to more standardize all the submissions and their input. So with that, this slide here provides sort of a high-level overview of the proposed sort of overhaul to the structure of the WMPs. On the left-hand side here, we're showing a tabulated breakdown of each section and subsection in the proposed structure, where we start off with these 2 first sections that will be essentially no different to the first 2 sections as they are today. However, as we get to section 3 and onward, we're proposing to dramatically shift to this more top-down problem-solving format, as shown also here on the right in this flow-down diagram. Here, as you can see, we start off with section 3, with the utility providing a high-level overview of their service territory, so essentially defining the problem before progressing to the utility describing fundamental risk-based approach to understanding their wildfire risk, the risk modeling, and also assessing their risks across their service territory. Once the utilities have identified and understand their risk, then they will need to present their overall strategy for mitigating those risks in section 5, which is called the WMP strategy. The process they will use to make those decisions, and how the various mixture of mitigation initiatives will reduce their overall risk identified in section 4. Once the type, distribution, and extent of mitigation initiatives are identified at a high level, the utilities will then drill down into more detail on how they will design, implement, operate, and maintain those mitigation initiatives over time, which is essentially section 6. So here on this slide, we provide a little bit more detail on some of the ideas of what information we're proposing be included to help better define the utilities wildfire risk problem. The first 2 components here will be predefined and are similar to what's already in the existing guidelines. The rest of the section is all proposed new information that the utility would provide to give a high-level understanding of its service territory, the amount and type of electrical infrastructure, and projected growth plans for their enterprise. This is followed by providing a high-level overview of the utility's wildfire environmental settings, such as the description of fire ecology, fire history, weather, etc. And finally, a subsection on providing an overview of the communities at risk across the territory, service territory, And fundamentally, the idea of this information would be provided primarily in sort of tabulated format, accompanied by select geospatial maps for each component. So if I go back to this previous slide here, and as we're going down through this flow down chart, the next sort of sections 4 and 5 related to risk assessment and WMP strategy will be covered by Jonathan in session 2, so I won't go into any more detail now. Okay, so in this slide here, I provide sort of a little bit more broken down information within that flow down diagram. And we provide some additional details that we're thinking about in terms of what would be included in each of the mitigation initiative sections. So for all sections, we envision that the first part here of each section would provide high-level summaries of key metrics and monitoring tools for evaluators and reviewers. This would include several existing guideline reporting requirements, such as the initiative objective table and initiative targets, which were previously called program targets or planned program targets. We're then introducing initiative outcome metrics here, as well as a revision log to help track various additions or modifications since the last 3-year base plan. So for the second part of sort of each initiative section is sort of similar to the existing section 7.3, but would have a new, more streamlined organizational structure, provide better alignment with the maturity model capabilities, and have increased details on implementation standards and protocols, as well as other methods for verifying those. And then finally, as again I mentioned earlier, the idea of wanting to sort of streamline the main body of the WMP, all the sort of substantiation and verification information would go into corresponding appendices for each initiative. Okay, so this slide here provides an exemplar of the outline for Emergency and Disaster Preparedness Initiative. Again, the first few sections, as discussed on the previous slide, is sort of existing sections of the current guidelines. I haven't at this point updated, or we didn't update, sorry, the terminology to be consistent with what we're going to be moving forward with or proposing to, but they're more aligned with what you've seen in terms of terminology before. The second part, which is highlighted in green, which shows an exemplar of what type of information we were thinking would be reported within the mitigation initiative section. So again, a new organization, an attempt to align better with the maturity model capabilities and having more detail on implementation standards and best practices that are used. On this slide, we're showing an exemplar of the initiative objectives table, which looks similar to what's in the existing guidelines, but with some proposed new additions. So we have one column here, which now provides a list or an opportunity to list applicable regulations, codes, standards, or best practices that would be relevant to whatever associated objective you have listed per row. Another column for means for verifying that the objective has been achieved. And then a column for the planned target date for completion. And then finally a column to provide references to corresponding location in the appendices of the WMP itself or utility website for detailed substantiation. So this slide shows sort of an exemplar of what we are thinking about preliminarily for initiative outcome-based targets. The idea here is to start moving past the utilities just reporting on achieving programmatic targets, but being able to more directly tie specific mitigation initiatives or mitigation activities to more risk-based outcomes. And we're still evaluating what this would look like for each mitigation initiative. And in some cases, the direct correlation between an initiative and a risk-based outcome is a lot easier, such as linking, vegetation treatments to reduce ignitions due to contact by vegetation. But in other cases, a direct correlation will be challenging, such as for community engagement. But we're looking at this time at what the other types of proxies or leading indicators could be used to help inform that. So the previous slides was really focused on highlighting some of the key proposals for the WMP guideline instructions for Chapter C. This slide shows the balance of the remaining chapters, sections, and appendices that are currently envisioned. This includes a number of administrative chapters at the front of the guidelines, which will include a preface section or introduction with sort of general descriptions on the effective use of the guidelines. A chapter A on scope and administration of the WMP guidelines, which will include overall scope and purpose of the guidelines, as well as have a brief summary of power and duties of energy safety, as well as other agencies that have a role in regulating utility wildfire risk mitigation. Chapter B would be a consolidation of all the terminology definitions from the current sort of glossary of terms section in the existing guidelines and Appendix 9 mitigation activity definitions. Again, Chapter C is where the bulk of the WMP instructions would reside. Within that, which you didn't really touch on a lot, was that we have another section called Section 7, where we're looking at ways in which to integrate sort of those compliance division metrics. We're also, of course, having this Appendix A, which I mentioned was sort of the associated appendices that would provide supporting documentation and justification for each of these sort of activities or mitigation initiatives. Appendix B was where the sort of QDR non-spatial instructions would live. And Appendix C would be where the maturity model instructions would live. So after Chapter C, there's again another set of administrative chapters. Chapter D is envisioned to be where we place the WMP submission template, the actual sort of Word document template. Chapter E would be reference codes and standards and best practices, so similar to Appendix 9.2. And then finally, Chapter F, which is sort of in this sort of TBD state, which is the WMP update guidelines. So as I previously mentioned, the intent of this overall layout and compilation of administrative and technical chapters is to sort of start moving the guidelines directionally to becoming sort of this one-stop shop reference for utility-related wildfire risk mitigation. Okay, as indicated in the previous slide, another sort of key proposal for 2023 is the creation of a WMP submission template in Word that the utilities would all use to fill in their WMP. The intention is to take sort of a next big step in standardizing the report that the utilities are submitting. And this would include standardizing all the sections, providing standard narratives, tables, and data visualizations that all the utilities would have in common, with placeholders, obviously, for the utilities to fill in their specific information. And so here's sort of a screenshot of what the front cover looks like. So finally, this slide speaks to what Chapter E is sort of envisioned to contain with code standards and best practices. This is intended to provide a summary table for all those references by section. This is again similar to existing Appendix 9.2, but it will also include a list of known industry best practices and guidance documents for reference. In addition, there's sort of near and long-term vision for the chapter to continue to evolve as more best practices for implementing various approaches or calculation methods or initiatives would reside that may not have an established standard yet. And an example of this would be a best practice document coming out of the risk modeling working group. So for the next part, we will be discussing the WMP submission timelines, what the existing schedule is, and what concepts energy safety is currently evaluating now. So in this slide, we summarize sort of the current submission timelines that you're all familiar with for 2022, where the largest all submitted their WMPs in February with a 1-week stagger. This is then followed by the SMJUs and ITOs submitting their WMPs next month without any stagger. And some of the pros of this sort of current submission timeline has been the primary benefit has been that it allowed for a simultaneous cross-utility comparison across the larges. It, of course, because everyone's submitting at the same time, provided sort of this equitable preparation as well as evaluation period for the larges. However, some of the observed cons has been that, you know, all large IRUs, WMPs are evaluated by energy safety or reviewed by the public simultaneously. And due to the large volume of these submissions, and obviously the statutory time constraints, you know, it presents some difficulties in being able to deep dive into every topic on each WMP. So given some of these practical challenges that you're all familiar with, energy safety is sort of currently exploring and evaluating two sort of main concepts or ideas. The first being, you know, what is the best timeline for WMP submissions to satisfy obviously the statutory 3-month evaluation period, but to really allow for that cross-utility comparison as well as sufficient time for the public to review and provide their feedback. Some sample options that have been or are currently being explored include staggering submissions by 1, 2, or 3 weeks, 1, 2, or 3 month staggers, and all the way up to 1-year staggering of the large IOUs and various staggering of the SMJUs relative to that. The other sort of main concept that's under consideration or evaluation, and certainly for public feedback, is evaluating what the best approach would be for getting the WMP evaluation period in the year prior to the period of the WMP's application. So energy safety is currently evaluating a variety of options, such as introducing a one-time 4-year WMP to help provide that 1 year getting ahead. So we're hoping that you'll be able to provide some thoughts or ideas on submission timelines that could help better inform these considerations. So for the next part, sort of the final part 3 of this first session, we'll be discussing some key proposals for the 2024 and 2025 WMP updates. So in 2021 and 2022, the WMP update guidelines didn't really restrict what the utilities were permitted to add, modify, remove, or replace in their base 2020-2022 WMP. And as a result, the 2021 and to some extent, again, the 2022 update submissions oftentimes resulted in, you know, essentially new comprehensive WMPs. This included, in many cases, or some cases, significant amount of new mitigation strategies and implementations. The WMPs were also very limited in summaries and explanations of those changes. And where a utility had a significant amount of change, it made it very challenging for the utility to demonstrate progression year over year from their base plan. And it also made it challenging for the utility to substantiate the effectiveness of its overall strategy or specific mitigation initiatives in reducing wildfire or PSPS risk, particularly where year-over-year changes were occurring. So to address some of those challenges, Energy Safety is exploring the idea of limiting the WMP updates to primarily progress reporting on the base WMP, and to documenting what we're calling permissible revisions to the base 3-year plan. So to help kickstart this discussion, we thought first it would be useful to introduce some key terminology, so we're all speaking the same language, and then go into sharing ideas on what progress reporting could look like in the update years, and then 3, walk through what we're currently thinking with respect to the concept of permissible revisions to the base WMP, and then 4, some key proposals for scope and structure of the WMP update. And then finally 5, introducing a standardized template for the WMP update. In the same fashion, we're proposing a standard template for the base 3-year plans. So as I mentioned before we sort of get started, it would be useful to talk a little bit about terminology. As you know, sort of the existing guidelines of the first 3 years, there was a lot of flux with terminology. And so we're hoping with the next 3-year cycle that will be more consistent with those terms. And so for 2023 to 2025, the guidelines will be worded as that, 2023 to 2025 WMP guidelines. For the update years, the WMP update guidelines would be that 2024, very specific 2024 and 2025 WMP update guidelines. For the associated naming convention of the WMP submissions, we're proposing that, for example, for year 1, which is 2023, that this would be the base WMP. So as it would be communicated in the actual document, it would indicate, 2023 to 2025 wildfire mitigation plan, and then below that, say, base WMP. And then for the update years, the associated WMP update would be referred to as either the 2024 WMP update or 2025 WMP update. So as indicated earlier, the main concept being proposed for the WMP updates is to really limit the amount of reporting and or revisions to the base WMP during the update years. So the underlying intention is not only reduce the volume and size of the WMP update submissions, but to help provide sufficient number of baseline years to allow the utilities to demonstrate progress to their base plan, while also providing a minimum number of years of data to have more confidence in what's working and not working. And so this slide sort of summarizes some of the key ideas regarding what the utilities would be reporting in the update years. So utilities would first provide progress updates to their risk maps based on new input data, which will be discussed in more detail in a subsequent slide and also in session 2 with Jonathan. The next sort of progress reporting would be on updates to tabulated data, such as the mitigation initiative objectives table, the mitigation initiative targets, the mitigation initiative outcomes, and also the QDR data. And where the progress reporting shows discrepancies, we would propose that the utilities be providing narratives to explain the higher or lower performance, as well as any action plan where they need to get back on track. Okay, so the next big concept that we're exploring is the idea of limiting revisions to the WMP updates to predefined categories. And so this would include, A, areas for continued improvement that were identified by energy safety in the decision of the prior year. B, errata from the prior year. C, approved changes from the prior year. And D, addition, modification, or elimination of operational aspects of the policies, practices, and procedures for mitigation initiatives and activities. And then finally, E is this called approved petitions. So this is a new concept or new process that I'll discuss on the next slide. So since we're proposing to, or looking at proposing to significantly restrict or limit what would be considered a permissible revision during the update years, we wanted to still provide utilities with an opportunity to propose changes that meet predefined criteria not already permitted under items A to D on the previous slide. And assuming a utility has identified something they wish to change via the petition process, they would submit that petition to Energy Safety the year prior to the next WMP update, say sometime between August and December. Energy Safety would then review the petition and determine if it satisfied some predefined criteria, and then approve it for inclusion in the WMP update for formal evaluation. In this case, approval would not imply acceptance, just permission to move forward in submitting it as part of the WMP update evaluation period. So at this time, Energy Safety is still evaluating different ideas of what would constitute this predefined criteria. But the intention is that the petition process would provide some opportunity for changes within a band of circumstances. This could include things like the need to revise a mitigation initiative that was based on a new technology, where there were unforeseen safety critical issues during the initial implementation phase, but were then realized later. This could be an instance where this safety critical issue would warrant a change to permit necessary corrective actions. So on this slide here, we've identified a proposed outline of what the WMP update would be comprised of. The main sections would essentially follow a similar flow down of information similar to that proposed for the base WMP. This would mean, in this case, for the update, starting off with a revision log, where the various permissible revisions would be cataloged, followed by a rerun of the risk assessment or the base risk assessment, followed by updates to the mitigation initiatives, then updates to the maturity model, followed by summary table of findings and corrective actions identified during compliance checks, and then finally appendices where detailed substantiation would be provided. So this slide provides a little bit more detail or exemplar of what is envisioned for the revision log in the WMP update. It would identify and summarize all permissible revisions to the base WMPs, such as the ACIs or errata. It would also have space for lessons learned that help inform the change, as well as sort of a brief description of the actual change to the base WMP, followed by a reference column to indicate where in the WMP update or appendix or utility website where details of the revision can be located. So the next main section would be, again, rerunning of the risk assessment based on new data from the prior year, including updating of the figures, associated figures, and associated service area risk maps. Any changes to the prioritization of mitigation initiatives or prioritization of mitigation activities based on this rerun of the risk model or risk assessment would need to be substantiated. Central to this idea, though, is the new concept of freezing several aspects of the risk assessment, which I'll talk about on the next slide. So the main ideas for freezing the risk assessment would involve, freezing the fundamental risk models used by the utilities to understand and define their risk. As we're proposing to freeze the risk models for 2023 cycle, we will still need to think about how we integrate outcomes from the risk modeling working group, which may occur in sort of late this year and next year. So something for us to think about if we are moving forward with sort of freezing the risk models in 2023. We would also be proposing that the utilities freeze the process used for their risk-informed decision-making. So this would be like the formula or the weighting of different performance objectives and other key components defining the decision-making framework. Another aspect of this would be to freeze the high-level mitigation strategy. What this would mean or could mean is that the changes to mitigation initiatives, mitigation activities, and the geospatial allocation of those would be frozen. So if a utility decided, for example, that it would provide covered conductors for a particular circuit, then they would have to stick with that plan during the 3 years. While the mitigation initiative or the mitigation activity types would be frozen, utilities would still be permitted to change operations for those initiatives or activities, such as the policies, practices, and procedures governing those. They'd also have the ability to prioritize the initiative schedule through their risk-informed analysis. So for example, a utility may elect during their base plan to say underground a circuit segment due to high wildfire risk and access issues. However, in year 2, maybe a significant wildfire burns through the area, effectively producing a huge field treatment, and thereby reducing the risk for the following few years. In this circumstance, based on their risk model or rerunning the risk model, the utility may reprioritize undergrounding that circuit for a higher risk circuit somewhere else. So even though we are talking about freezing a lot of things here, we did want to point out that significant changes could still be possible, but must be proposed via this sort of new petition process to allow energy safety, some assessment or just for the justification of it. So as part of rerunning the risk assessment, we're also envisioning that or proposing that the utilities would conduct post-wildfire and near-miss retrospective analyses to better inform their current risk models. So this would include looking at data to provide all relevant geospatial risk data tied to the incident, such as environmental or forecasted or actual inspection data. This will include a component of analysis and evaluation. So identify process and equipment failures that led to the ignition or near miss event, and comparing forecasted results to actual conditions. And then finally, part 3 of that would be a remedial action plan. So describing any kind of remedial or corrective actions, if any, based on this evaluation. And what is also being sort of proposed is sort of doing a similar analysis for PSPS retrospective studies. Okay, on this slide, next slide summarizes the proposed key reporting requirements for mitigation initiatives. This would include the progress reporting requirements discussed in the previous slide. But in addition, it would also include providing updated citations of the planning, design, and implementation documents that may have been modified since the base plan. And that ideally this documentation would provide narratives to explain the updates, as well as some track changes, revision log, and other visual indications of where text or figures have been modified. So this slide here summarizes the proposed requirements that we'd be looking at for the maturity model updates. This would be discussed also, I think, later with Jonathan's discussion in session 3 on maturity model. But essentially, within the update years, the utilities report on progress to the capability maturity goals, objectives, and targets. It would substantiate any changes to planned maturity progression. And also provide narratives of any new mitigation activities or those that are going beyond sort of the baseline minimum for each of the capabilities. So finally, this last slide introduces some of the key concepts of integrating some aspects of compliance division assessments into the WMP updates in a similar way that is being considered for the base WMPs. So the purpose of including this information is to allow for verification of the feasibility of a mitigation initiative, activity, objectives, or targets by the evaluators or by the public when they're going through the WMP updates. So this could take the form of a summary table that would provide key compliance division findings. So the year of the finding, the type of finding, whether it's a violation or a defect, a brief narrative of the corrective action and the status of that corrective action. So with that, I think we've come to the end of session 1. We're a little early, so I'm sure everyone would appreciate having more time. We're going to, I guess we'll start and have just a longer break. And the break will go until 10:30. So if you could, please make sure to come back on time as we would plan to start promptly.
Hey, Darlene.
And then, oh yes.
Let's move the break a little bit earlier.
Okay.
I know we're moving ahead of schedule a little bit, but hopefully we can take the break. Let's take a 15-minute break until 10. Does that work? And then we can reconvene at 10:10 for public comments and questions, and hopefully be able to give the public a little bit extra time.
Okay, great.
So
thank you.
Let's go on break and return at 10:10.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. So I'll just give maybe another minute or two for everyone to come back. Okay, I'll go ahead and sort of get started with the comment and question period. So the comment question period, I think, was initially designed to go from 10:30 to 11:30. So we certainly have additional time for feedback and any ideas or comments, questions. Just a friendly reminder to please raise your hand. Or press, is it #2, Nathan? If you have a comment or question you want to verbalize. We're, obviously want to hear everyone's feedback. And let's see, what else? We also provided some, guiding questions to help, facilitate the discussion. I've put some up here based on the 3 different parts that we discussed today. So the first about just a reminder of the restructuring of the guidelines. Do you think the proposed restructure is an improvement? Are there any other suggestions that could better streamline the structure? Regarding the submission timelines topic, any initial thoughts on the best timeline for the submissions? Any suggestions for getting 1 year ahead on evaluations? And the last sort of part 3 of session 1 was regarding WMP updates. Do you think that energy safety should restrict changes in the WMP update years? And what do you think of the petition process? And then, of course, what else would you like to see that we didn't cover today? So with that, I'll leave these sort of guiding questions up, and we can start going around with different questions from participants. So I see that Will Abrams has their Hayes. Justin, can you give?
Will, you should be able to speak now.
Thanks very much, and I appreciate the effort and the really great presentation around these important issues. I had a question about sort of the focus here, particularly on the update years. It seems in some ways that we're disconnecting the plan and the risk modeling from the consequences or the demonstrated effectiveness of that plan. I am concerned that we might be looking at reducing reporting and freezing models that may have a demonstrated that they're not being effective. So in other words, if we have an off year and there's a catastrophic wildfire or a series of catastrophic wildfires that demonstrate that a particular risk model has not been effective, or that the tactics described in the wildfire mitigation plan are misguided or need to be completely retooled or things of that nature, but it's frozen, or we have these only minor updates that are required. It seems that what we're saying with that, and I know this is not what energy safety is trying to communicate, but then essentially what we're doing is we're saying that in a year where we have an escalating crisis of utility-caused wildfires, we're communicating that we should have a de-escalation in reporting and oversight. And I just think it's really, really important that energy safety doesn't sort of put themselves in a box where we have those things occurring at the same time. So I don't know if you all have a sense of how that's remedied, but maybe that needs to be part of what's looked at as I think you called it a band of circumstances, but just want to put forward that as a concern to be addressed. Thank you.
Thanks, Will. Maybe I could provide a little bit of feedback, and certainly Jonathan, I think you probably have some commentary back. I definitely appreciate the concerns, and they're very real concerns. We don't have sort of a perfect risk model or an established framework that is verified and substantiated as a standard across the industry, right? So there's that as sort of like that fundamental issue. And so I guess some of the idea with trying to freeze, the risk model for the 3-year period would be to kind of, from a sort of data, scientist or engineering perspective, would be to have, a minimum number of years, but not too many, where you can have at least some year-over-year consistency to be able to really hone in on, things that you're worried about the risk model being fundamentally flawed or something else. So I guess that sort of weighed into it. The other part, though, is I guess speaking to, well, what if you had these huge catastrophic wildfires, and there was a desire for the utilities to modify their risk model or something because they knew they found a fundamental flaw, then I think the idea of that petition process would be the vehicle to do that. So that was sort of already kind of thought of with respect to how to provide that kind of ripcord. And then maybe, I don't know, Jonathan, do you have any other comments?
If I can, just a clarifying point around that, though, part of what I would worry about in that scenario, and I like the idea of the petition process, but as we know, unfortunately, with these catastrophic wildfires come things that are outside the purview of energy safety, like litigation, and part of what might motivate a utility to not put in a petition process to modify is to avoid additional attention on a catastrophic wildfire that they caused, which of course is not in the best interests and not in the best interests of energy safety or the public. But that type of defensive posture might limit that petition to change something that really needs to be changed. And I'm all for consistency, but if something moving forward is demonstratedly consistently bad, I think we need to we need to make sure that there's room in the process to accommodate that. And I would also say that part of what may help with some of that remedying is making sure that that petition process is also available to interveners. So if, potentially a utility says, what, I don't want to open this up for additional scrutiny, because we caused this catastrophic wildfire, we're not going to put in a petition to change or put in a petition in a way that only focuses narrowly on something that we want to talk about, allowing interveners to use that petition process to make sure that more is opened up. Of course, the difficulty with that is that the difficulty with that is that interveners oftentimes don't have the evidentiary record to be able to put forward, right, what would be a reasonable petition for changes because, right, CAL FIRE hasn't released the report yet. The evidentiary record hasn't come out yet. So, giving us some of that authority to make a petition is helpful. But, the reality is we don't have the tools to make an effective petition to change that. And so, I just, again, want to raise that as a concern you know, a real life concern about how that could roll out.
Okay. Okay, yeah, Jonathan?
I just wanted to provide a bit of clarification there. Thank you again, Will, for your comment. And that is something that we've been talking about as part of this. And you know, there's definitely the most critical thing is the life safety aspect. If the risk model is being shown not to do its job of helping the utilities protect life safety, property, and the environment, then that would be something that would be covered by the petition process. And that would be one of the criteria Darlene had mentioned while she was going through, was if there was something safety critical that came up. And so if the risk model is not doing its job, that would definitely be a life safety critical thing that would need to be addressed. Some of the other stuff that you're talking about with more information and needing that for interveners to come up with petitions, some of the stuff we're going to talk about in session 2, I think will go to some of your concerns there. So I'm not going to answer it now since we're going to be talking about it, but some of the aspects of transparency and additional reporting on utility cost ignitions and the retrospective analysis will be covered in session 2.
Thank you.
Okay, if we can go next to Kevin.
Kevin, I'm allowing you to speak now.
Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Sounds good.
Okay, all right. I appreciate that you're attempting to reduce the scale of these documents. They're absurdly redundant and go on without answering specific questions like what sections of circuit are being rebuilt, if any, or are they simply being repaired? I've seen many cases where Pacific Gas and Electric will go through and replace power poles and rehang 50-year-old 6-gauge copper back onto the new power pole. You know, the limits of the effectiveness of that in regard to wildfire prevention are pretty obvious. So I'm going to cut to the quick here. Your office was just formed recently out of portions of the PUC, and I'd like to know whether OEIS will restrict itself to passively reviewing these wildfire mitigation plans and leave all the issues of ignition risk improvement entirely to the discretion of the utilities. Or, on the other hand, is it possible that OEIS would look at General Order 95, which is decades out of date, has massive craters of missing requirements in it? For example, SCADA is not mentioned anywhere. Neither is, well, there are numerous issues. It's still legal to put up 8-gauge single-strand copper as a primary conductor. So my question, to repeat it, is will OEIS simply be reviewing wildfire mitigation plans, or will it have any other role in the future? This is Kevin Collins. Thank you.
Lucy or Nathan, I didn't know if you wanted to answer that. I'm certainly aware of that there's a new, RFP out to look at, updating the current regulations, so GO 95 and stuff, looking at where utilities are already going above and beyond regulations. But I didn't know if there was anything else that you guys wanted to add.
Could you repeat the question, please? I didn't quite understand it.
Okay, I'll give you an example. General Order 95 has rules for overhead conductor, what types of cable or wire or jumpers or fuses. The fuses are an interesting example. General Order 95 has no standards for the simplest protection device that exists in electrical circuits. That is a fuse. The word fuse can be found 3 times in General Order 95, and nowhere are there any standards for the speed, whether it's an expulsion fuse or not, whether it's an open blade disconnect. I mean, okay, that's fuses. Now we go to conductors. As I said a moment ago, the commission, through its regulation, which it probably doesn't regard as having any importance since all the discretion is left to the utilities, but nevertheless, in the law, General Order 95 is the standard, the minimum standard. And General Order 95's regulations for conductors are astounding. I mean, I'm not making this up. Perhaps you haven't looked, but it's still legal to use an 8-gauge single strand copper cable on a 150-foot span through a forest. Do you know what that means? That is an incredibly negligent standard. It is, no utility would ever even imagine putting up an 8-gauge wire anymore, but they still exist. I've seen them. They're full of splices. And this is why we're having wildfires and constant fast trip power outages. Did I answer your question?
Mr. Collins, I'm going to jump in and offer a response. My name is Melissa Semser, and I'm the Deputy Director of Energy Safety. So I appreciate your question here. A couple of things. So ultimately, obviously, the GOs are under the jurisdiction of the CPUC. So they're not our standards. That being said, as Darlene mentioned, one of the, we do have an RFP out right now for a contract specifically to take a look at all of the regulatory standards that apply to, or that have some sort of relationship to wildfire reduction in the utilities, and offer recommendations for how those potentially could be improved. And GO 95 is included in that. The other piece that I would say is that I think the maturity model that we have built in, and we'll talk more about that later, but we've been doing that for 3 years, is part of how we are able to push the utilities to move beyond any regulatory standard, especially if those are outdated. And the maturity model has at its very base, like the lowest level of maturity is essentially meeting regulatory standards, but we expect the utilities to be moving well beyond that. And moving towards world-class standards in as many areas as possible. And that's where we're pushing them to go. And so that's the role that we have. Well, I'll leave it at that for now. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, I don't know what push means. I don't know whether OEIS has any enforcement authority of any kind. Does it?
We have a compliance group that is able to go out and inspect the work that the utilities are doing. And if they find violations, they can recommend over to the PUC to take enforcement action. So the enforcement is still have inspectors out on the ground, and we do issue notices of violation, notices of defect, and offer the utilities an opportunity to rectify those. But ultimately, we have the authority to refer over to the PUC, and the PUC could take enforcement action.
Okay, I think I understand. And essentially that means that General Order 95 for overhead circuits is still the controlling regulation. It's, in my opinion, preposterously out of date. So compliance would be compliance with a dangerously out of date rule set.
No, I'll clarify that, and then I do want to make sure we move on to get other questions in as well. But because this is an important conversation, but compliance is compliance to their WMP. So it's what they say they're going to be doing in their WMP, and our inspectors are out looking at that. To the extent that the place where we can weigh in is, of course, at the WMP itself. And if they are not planning to take actions that help to reduce wildfire risk, we would be able to look at that in the WMP part evaluation itself.
Okay, that answers my question. In other words, in regard to the wildfire mitigation plan proposal that the utility submitted you evaluate compliance with that primarily.
Yes. So are they doing what they say they're doing? Are they doing it correctly?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, if we can go to Jay Leno, if possible, before you speak, can you please indicate your affiliation? That would be helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely. Good morning, Jay Leno. I'm with the Pacific Ashland Electric. I do want to start off by saying, we thank you for standing up this workshop and for allowing us the opportunity to comment. And we appreciate the consideration of the improvements and involving all of us in the process. My question's around the restructuring of the WMP. Has there been conversations about slimming down? There's conversations about slimming it down, but more focused around streamlining the WMP as a whole, including the appendices versus just moving the information to the appendices?
Yeah, that's the exact contention, Jay, is to streamline everything. So correct, not moving things around that already exist, but looking at ways to facilitate it being concise and there not being duplicate information or requests for information that are maybe not regulated or also not directly related to wildfire mitigation risk components. So there's that aspect. There's also the aspect of trying to move much of the more detailed information and substantiation into the appendices. And where possible, even not including it in an appendice, but having it sort of located on a utility website. Did that help answer your kind of general question?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a few other questions, but I'll let others go before I ask mine.
Okay. Maybe if we can kind of read out some of the questions, Megan, that are in the chat.
Absolutely. The first one that we had come in earlier this morning is from Gary Chen. And I guess going forward, if anyone can provide sort of their affiliation in the chat as well, then I can sort of introduce you properly. From Gary, we have, for the outcome metrics for various mitigation programs, it will be difficult to isolate outcomes to a specific program since multiple mitigations address the same drivers. An example, covered conductor, fast curve, vegetation management, etc., address contact from vegetation.
Great, thanks, Megan. So Gary, we recognize that's a very real challenge, but we're trying to look, and we know that there's a strong interrelationship between all the different mitigations in terms of influencing the ultimate risk outcomes. But we want to be able to look and kind of push to identify proxies or other indicators if we're not able to make that direct correlation. So it's something that is, that we're actively looking at and aware of. So we'll take note of your comment. Do we want to go to another one, Megan?
Yeah, absolutely. So the next one is also from Gary. The question is, can the petition process for a new mitigation initiative be rolled into the WMP update itself? That will obviate the need for an extra filing.
Yeah, so to help provide a quick answer for that, Gary, so the idea there was to have the petitions come before just because of wanting to be able to have energy safety the opportunity to review just in case there is a large volume and have that done prior to the full submission. And again, we'll take note of Will's comment about, what ways in which, interveners may be involved in that kind of preliminary preview. But essentially the idea was to have sort of this pre-check before we have the full body of petitions being fully evaluated as part of the WMP update.
Okay, and the next one is from Holly Werman with Cal Advocates. is asking, can you explain more the difference between change orders and other changes approved through a petition process? The outline makes them appear different.
I'm happy to take this one as well. This is Melissa Semser again. Change orders are generally for changes to an existing year's WMP. So for example, let's just say in 2021, a utility had set a certain target or had made a plan to implement a certain technology and had said, we by the end of the year, and then circumstances changed for whatever reason. They would then potentially submit a change order. We have criteria for what would constitute them needing to submit a change order, but they would submit a change order, and that is to be able to change the targets or the program. The petition process, I do see it a little bit, I can see how it could conflate, but the petition process is to make a change for the subsequent year based off of something that is happening. So it isn't to make a change to the existing already approved plan, it's to make a change going forward. That's how I see the distinction between them. The petition process is essentially the utility, or if we have stakeholders as well, asking to have something looked at again or changed in the subsequent year, and they're asking for permission to include that in the update. And then Energy Safety would weigh in and either approve or deny the ability to include that in the update, and then the actual request would be in the update itself. And Energy Safety would at that point evaluate the substance of the change. Hope that
right. Thank you. Should I keep going?
Yeah, let's do that. Well, after that, we can go to Kyle since he's sort of new and for his hand raised.
Okay. All right. So this next one is from Henry Burton, asking, could you explain in more detail what kinds of changes you're thinking of as acceptable in an annual update submission? For example, operational changes is a pretty undefined category. Some specific examples would help.
Okay, so for that one, so what we were thinking about for operational changes, we're obviously still working through the very specifics so that we can provide that clarity, but conceptually it would be related to more of the sort of policies and procedures and practices. So how people are implementing or conducting activities about the sort of the human side of it, and less about the sort of physical infrastructure or particular device. I hope that sort of at a high level explains it. But we'll definitely take note of your comment, and as we're working through, provide more specifics on what we're intending or thinking there. Okay, so if we want to go back to sort of for live comments, Kyle, do you want to go ahead and unmute yourself?
Kyle, you should be able to speak now. It appears you're still on mute. There you go, you're unmuted. I'm sorry, we're not able to hear you, even though it looks like you're unmuted.
Okay. Let's see, maybe we can come back to Kyle. Seems like there's some audio-ish challenges. Do you want to go to Pete?
Pete, you should be able to speak now.
Great, thank you. My name is Pete Wywity. I work with the Reclaim Our Power Utility Justice Campaign, a coalition of organizations working for transition of our energy system, and appreciate the space here. We've been in contact with your office since the inception. Just a couple of quick comments to follow up on things that others have said. One, around the modeling questions that I want to align ourselves with Will Abrams' comments about the clearly what's at stake here with the models and the utility's ability to change them on the fly and not have a set standard really leaves a lot of our communities at great risk. And so eager to hear what the rigor is going to be like going forward around the modeling practice. And the petition process seems like a good step, but it does seem contingent, and this is my broader question and statement, that does seem contingent on a willingness for OEIS to do more than just point to deficiencies, but actually recommend stringent, aggressive interruptions of the PG&E and the other IOUs failures. And so my broader questions are about, last year we saw a many-month, nearly year-long process of the utility bringing a failed plan and getting another several months of leeway, another several months of leeway, another several months of leeway, and finally getting, and while that was happening, having them continue the work and continue to be able to operate really unabated, sort of you fail, but you stay in the game process. And then eventually you all at OEIS submitted a very comprehensive report of the 60 some failures that they had, but then went to the CPUC and said, despite all these failures, we encourage you all to pass them. And so I'm wondering about maybe at the higher level and what the sort of rigor and structures of actual accountability will look like. Like what would it take for OEIS to actually say, nope, if you fail on the first go, you fail, and then you have to come back and regain the public's trust, regain the institution's trust of our government, as opposed to having them just automatically pass and until they get to a sufficient level. And secondly, I'm curious what it would take for you all to recommend a failure. Does it take 70 failures in the plan, 80, 90? So I'd love to hear what at the highest level, who's pulling the trigger on those questions. And last piece, just briefly, I'm encouraged by the nods to transparency in these process, but it still needs a significant amount more of spaces like this, spaces out in the community, community organizations that have been impacted by fires, power outages, et cetera, to be engaged in the process of evaluating whether this is what is actually needed to keep our communities safe. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pete, for those comments. Did anyone from Energy Safety wanted to provide any feedback at high level for some of those comments or questions?
Yeah, this is Melissa Semser. I can, Deputy Director, I can jump in at least on the threshold question about approval or denial of a plan. The plan goes through the following process. The team evaluates the plans and takes into account, I have to do an update on my computer. I'll get this done quickly. And then takes into account stakeholder feedback. And then at that point, Energy Safety may elect to issue a revision notice if there are what we deem as critical issues that need to be resolved prior to energy safety being able to consider approving the plan. Once the revision notice is issued, the utility has a set period of time to respond to that and try attempt to remedy the issues. And then energy safety, again, taking stakeholder input into account, evaluates the responses that the utility submits. And at that point, we'll make a determination as to whether it warrants approval while still pushing the utilities to continue moving forward, to continue their growth, which is what we're always doing, or whether it could result in a denial. There's no number or threshold that is, a clear demarcation that energy safety is holding. It's relying a lot on the expertise of its assessment team, which includes engineers and firefighters and economists and vegetation management specialists and a variety of other expertise that we have. So it's not just a line that's drawn in the sand preemptively. So I'll leave it at that. There are parts that need to be answered. I'll hand that to others.
Hey, this is Jonathan Hodges with Jensen Hughes. I'll be hosting the risk assessment session after this, and I just wanted to let you know, Pete, some of the discussion that you had on the models, how do we know the models are good enough, and the stability of the models and that kind of stuff will be discussed during that session. So I'm not going to provide an answer now, but encourage you to come to that session. And if you still have some questions on that and you want to talk about it, then we'll address those at that point.
Well, and I guess to provide a little bit of a commentary or thinking on, so I think your last comment about, providing more transparency, we are looking at and working with energy safety to help move that along as well. Obviously, this is one example, but there is going to be some things that are coming in the pipeline regarding providing more transparency for the sort of WMP guideline review process and the adjudication of all those comments. As well as looking at ways in which to better engage broader audiences that are more underrepresented in this whole process. Okay, so
thank you for your time. Just to and Melissa, appreciate all your responses and the emphasis on transparency and the modeling work, and Melissa, appreciate your response as well, and just want to put a strong emphasis on. We hope that there is to understand the process as you laid out, appreciate that. That's been clear, but we hope that there's a higher level of rigor and understanding of the implications of putting forward a failed plan with recommendation to pass. I hope that changes this coming year. So thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, we hear you, appreciate it.
Okay. Did we want to go back to some chat questions? And then we'll go back to Will, going back through the original.
I think that Kyle was trying to hop back in. He's from SCE. John Rankin had mentioned that he's trying to address the audio issues. Maybe we could see if Kyle's back on.
I don't see his hand. There he is. Okay. Yeah, can we get Kyle audio or?
Well, you should be able to speak now. Good morning. Is this coming through?
Yes.
Okay. I apologize. I switched internet browsers, so I'm glad this is working. I appreciate the patience. A few comments here. Kyle Addis from Southern California Edison. Appreciate OEIS and Jensen Hughes putting together these preliminary proposed guidelines, particularly at this stage in the year. Earlier is obviously better, I think, for all parties, and also appreciate this work being done in parallel to OEIS deliberating the 2022 WMP updates. So appreciate everything that's going on here. Just building on some of the comments from this morning, just a few to raise. One on just the WMP process itself. Melissa had just talked a little bit about the revision notice process and critical issues. And just looking ahead at what the end-to-end WMP process looks like and gaining clarity around the specific components and milestones, and in particular, the timing of all those things. and seeing what we can do to line out those process milestones in advance of the next 2023 WMP would be helpful for internal planning purposes. Just some feedback on the preliminary proposal at a high level from this morning. Looks like the team is contemplating having kind of a main body of the WMP and an appendix. And I think it was just brought up, what does that mean in terms of streamlining or reducing content versus separating the existing amount of content. And so we just recognize that to the extent we are separating a main body and an appendix, if we can also keep in mind ways in which we can reduce the amount of content or streamline to that content that is most applicable to understanding how we reduce wildfire and PSPS risk. Just one specific example of ways in which we believe we could work towards that end. One way to do it is to isolate the focus to just those activities that are directly intended to reduce wildfire or PSPS risk. Today there are activities that we discuss at length in the plan that are not directly tied to wildfire risk reduction, but that we do provide a decent amount of information on. So encourage the team to look at some of those opportunities. And then finally, we are interested in learning more about this concept of freezing the risk models and the high-level mitigation strategies. I think that concept should be explored, but probably more discussion is needed to fully understand what that means and some of the implications of doing so. As we all know, the risk modeling work in the past couple of years has evolved fairly substantially, and we do want to avoid any unintended outcomes that would prevent us from updating our mitigation priority or prioritization and how we approach wildfire risk reduction based on new and emergent information. And so probably further discussion on what that means and how that would work would be beneficial. But finally, just appreciate the early conversations here and working to establish a more streamlined WMP. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Melissa Semser again. I'll respond quickly to a couple of things you said. I think we've definitely heard here loud and clear about the need to rethink potentially about the risk model. And so we will definitely take that to heart and do some more thinking about that. In terms of the steps of the process, we are aware of that need as well and are planning to, with our guidelines or shortly after the issuance of our guidelines, have a process guidelines that are contain more detail than they have in previous years, including timing of revision notice, timing of submission of errata, things like that, so that will be able to be more transparent to everyone.
Great, thank you.
I'm not sure, I was just going to add a little comment here, if this was sort of speaking to that question again about process. Was your question also related to having some clarity more on the process of like just the guideline development process itself, or was that it was just more broadly capturing all aspects of process in the program?
Yeah, it's a good clarification, and since you raised that question, I think it's a little bit of both actually. I mean, certainly the forward-looking WMP process itself, but also as we look at the guidelines and where we are today, it would be helpful to understand how the conversations from today translate into the comments that we'll be due in 2 weeks, and then what comes after, in an effort to, from a utility perspective, understand how we can do more forward planning in anticipation of changes to the guidelines so that we can put processes and structures in place internally well in advance of when hopefully the final guidelines are issued.
Okay, yeah, I was you know, we've been talking for you know, with energy safety a while about, you know, expanding or extending the sort of WMP guideline development process for, you know, at least for that part of, you know, the future planning, and also allowing other stakeholders to have a longer period in terms of the development. So it's sort of like looking at having like some of these other regulatory spaces have a like 15-month period, you know, so you already start looking at guidelines, you know, in 2024, almost at the end, for actual ones that are going to be, you know, coming into effect in 2026, as an example. So there's some of those ideas are being discussed, at least with respect to that kind of process component.
Great.
Did we want to go to a chat, or I forget if we were going to go back to, no, we were going to go to a chat again. Sorry. So Megan.
All right, so the next one that we have is from Lana Radchenko. Lana is an independent consultant with Rad on Point Consulting, working with SDG&E on their WMP. The question is, some initiatives are not mentioned, grid ops and protocols, or is this de-energization, or is it combined with section 6.1 now? Also asset management, data governance, and resource allocation.
So I can answer that at a sort of high level. Yeah, there's been, I guess, through the sort of evaluation of the existing guidelines, an attempt to sort of try to consolidate the previous initiatives under topics that it made sense, or under new initiative categories or sections where they make sense. So we're sort of in flux a little bit about grid ops, but I think the latest that we land on it would be rolled in with you know, grid hardening, system design, and the grid ops would go in there. But I think that one, like I said, it's still sort of a little bit in flux. De-energization would be exclusively for PSPS. Asset management and data governance and resource allocation, those would sort of roll in under the respective initiatives, because they sort of fall under all of them to some degree, right? But I think that will become more transparent when we roll out the larger draft.
Okay,
okay, go ahead.
The next one from the chat is from Henry Burton regarding restructuring. He'll note that the Public Advocate's Office has previously recommended some changes to the structure. In particular, we'd recommend a structure that splits apart chapters so that there are fewer subsections. The current section numbering scheme can be confusing. For example, section 7.3.16.8.5. The proposed restructuring does not appear to change that, because the proposed chapter C is the whole meat of the WMP.
Okay, thanks, Henry. We'll take note of all those. We are obviously looking at you know, that kind of practical impact of having a lot of nesting within a single section. So we're actively looking at that, and we'll take your notes into consideration. Did you want to go back to the live chat with conversation with Will? I guess we're up again.
Will, you should be able to speak now.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to pick up on a couple points that were mentioned by some other folks on the line. One of the items that both Kevin and Pete brought up, I think, is something that energy safety should really focus upon, it's great that we're having these standards set for the wildfire mitigation plans themselves, but really taking a look at what are going to be the standards for folks making comments on the plan to be able to look at. One of the things that Kevin pointed out is that GO 95 hasn't been updated, and then there are problems there. And I think the response was, well, that those criteria don't necessarily apply for energy safety's review, and that's for the PUC. But part of the difficulty there is we know that the PUC, given AB 1054 legislation, has no discretion and shall ratify the plan. So if that means that all of those general orders that might apply to the wildfire mitigation plans now go away, then we should probably state that explicitly so that interveners and commenters aren't using that as a guideline and as a basis for their comments. And then, it sort of begs the question about, okay, well, then what are the replacement criteria for evaluating this? My current comments revolved around the reasonableness standard because, without the guidelines of the general orders, that to me seems like it's the threshold question. And then it would be helpful if energy safety identified what they view as the criteria for reasonableness. And I heard Melissa, and I do appreciate that this is new and we're building the airplane as we fly here, but identified that there is no threshold and there is no set number of violations that energy safety is going to view as reasonable or unreasonable. So that just leaves sort of a huge vacuum of both how we should be directing these wildfire mitigation plans in terms of forming, but also what we're supposed to do to help, right? So I don't want to provide and spend a lot of time and energy around comments that energy safety, doesn't feel like is in their purview or doesn't feel like is part of what they consider as reasonable. So I think that that's hugely important, and in a lot of ways should come first before defining, what the structure of the WMPs are. And so anyway, that's my first point. I'll just get two more points out here real quick, or I'll try to be quick. One is that with the structure, it's really important that we're aligning our measurements with whatever structure this is for the wildfire mitigation plan. So these areas that you're talking about really need to start out with a risk reduction measure, so we understand what that target is. So if we're talking about vegetation management, is the criteria that we're going to reduce 8.5% of the overall risk by vegetation management, then the subjective description of what that utility should do should roll up to that 8.5 reduction in risk. And so we really need to make sure that we're not disconnecting the measurements from that. I think it was really important what the utilities are stating in two different ways. One comment in support and one, real question is that, models by their very nature are really not meant to be frozen, particularly risk models. And that's why this is so problematic. It'd be one thing if these models were, extremely well baked and we didn't have these moving targets associated with the climate, the environment that we're living in. But to think about any type of freezing of models when we're, as we stated, sort of building this plane as we're flying, I think is really problematic. So I would just, support the utilities, and I think it was SCE that put that forward, that we should be really, really careful about suggesting that we're freezing modeling. And the last point is just I really have to push back on the statements from the utilities about streamlining and things of that nature and reducing the workload. Of course, I would love in, my prior roles when a regulator would come in to be able to talk to them about how, I'd like them to streamline and reduce my regulatory burden. You know, I just would really caution there, because oftentimes streamlining and reducing reporting equals less oversight and accountability. And we just got to be really, really careful that we're not, you know, accommodating that for those reasons. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Will. Melissa or anyone from Energy Safety wanted to reply back? Definitely taken down notes. And
you know, I think those are all really good points, and we will definitely be considering those points. I think we've heard them several times stated different ways, and so we will definitely be taking notes on that and considering that.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to go to Jay?
Good morning, Jay Leno from PG&E again. So we like the idea of staggering the IOU submissions, but we do want to verify when it comes over to the safety certification and the crossover. So for example, if we file our 2023 WMP later in 2023, will our safety certification still be valid? So I guess, in other words, does the safety certification remain effective until our next WMP? Or is it only effective for 1 year? In which case, you know, delaying our WMP may mean a gap where we don't have an effective safety certification.
I can answer that again, Melissa Semser. So the statute states that your existing safety certification remains in effect until Energy Safety acts on the next one, either approving or denying. So as long as the utility files, you know, before the 12-month expiration. In terms of getting the year ahead, these are all the issues we need to think about. We're at the very beginning of this. So it's good to raise this, because we need to think this through holistically in terms of what the implications are. So I don't have an answer for you, except to say that we have the same question.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Did we want to go back to chat window?
Yes, so the next one is again from Henry Burton, asking, could you elaborate on the submission timelines that OEIS is considering? The Public Advocate's Office has previously put forward some possible schedules for consideration. To us, 2 points are highly important. 1, WMPs should be submitted and reviewed before the implementation year begins. And 2, the comprehensive 3-year WMP submissions should be staggered so that all utilities, especially the 3 large IOUs, do not submit comprehensive plans in the same year.
Great. Okay, thanks, Henry. We're definitely looking at that and taking note of your comments. They're you know, shared with a lot of other stakeholders. Okay, do you want to do the next one? Did you already read Henry's one after that?
There's one more from Henry here. The Public Advocate's Office has recommended that large utilities should submit their WMPs in August or early September, which would enable OEIS to review and approve the plans by December before the utility begins implementing the plan. Even if the utility needs to submit a revised WMP, that could occur in the first quarter of the year.
Okay. I'll take note of that as a potential, you know, as we're looking through trying to get ahead.
Yeah, I think that would be addressed if we got a year ahead.
Yeah.
So,
right.
Because they wouldn't be working on it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It looks like, should we go back to, I guess we can do another couple within the chat, since there's some new people providing comment in that.
Yes. Okay. So the next one is from an anonymous commenter. stating risk models may change not just due to a catastrophic wildfire, but also due to updated technology or model quality. There seems to be an opportunity to facilitate these improvements also.
Okay, yeah. I don't know, Jonathan, if you want to reply to that, but we certainly will take note. Okay. All right.
I didn't want to respond live. We'll respond to that in the comment.
The next session.
Well, there'll be some discussion in the next session, but also in the written comments later.
Okay. All right. So do you want to read the next comment from Holly, Megan?
Yes, absolutely. In the past, it's been difficult to compare costs between the WMPs and the GRCs. Are there any changes in the works to create alignment of cost reporting between those two proceedings?
I'll answer that. It's Melissa Semser again. Short answer is yes. You'll see the details of it when the guidelines come out, but yes.
Okay. Why don't keep going, Megan?
Okay, great. This is from Kristen Sandell, member of the Environmental Committee of the Valley Women's Club. What is the utility's capacity to respond quickly to real-time emergency events if the change petition process is meant for the following year's WMP, if I understand correctly? And how can accountability be ensured by OEIS in such circumstance?
Well, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, yeah, I can take this is Melissa Semser again. I can try to take a shot at this. I'm not totally sure I understand the question in terms of, I would feel like I would need an example to follow it. The change, the petition process is meant for a significant change in strategy, essentially. To the extent that an emergency happens and it's implicating what they are currently doing based on their current approved plan, that could be addressed through a change order. But yeah, I mean, we'd have to look at an example to kind of work this one through, I think. Certainly we're not intending to hinder in any way the utilities responding to an emergency event.
Yeah, I don't think the intention for the petition process would be covering that anyway. Operational things like near real-time emergency response would not be in a different vehicle. So it would be, they would be, modifying those things as they needed to, and then it just gets updated as like one of those other kind of pre-approved or predefined revisions in the following year's update. Why don't we just go through the remaining chat and then we can go back to the live questions and comments.
The next one is from Ross Holt from LS Power, asking, are there going to be any differences in the template or requirements depending on the utility type, such as large IOU, small utility, or ITO?
Right, so we are, obviously this workshop was a little bit more focused on sort of the impacts to the larges. We are looking at, in parallel, potential alleviations and reporting for the smalls, in particular, definitely for the ITOs. So that's something that's still in the works. And I think we're still determining if we're having a separate workshop or working group to address the other utilities other than the larges.
And we're definitely open to suggestions as well when we take workshop comments.
Should I read the final one that we have here? Okay, this is again from Kristen Sandell. Notices looking through PG&E's WMP, that there's quite a bit of aspirational language. And while she understands that, she would appreciate less of that language so that the WMP reflects prescriptive actions more than aspirational language. WMPs should be as clear as possible as to intended actions. This makes accountability easier.
Yeah, and I think that we're definitely addressing those particular aspects by introducing the template and standardizing more of those sort of upfront narratives, so that they're, and sort of limiting to some degree for those types of descriptions, so that we're really getting kind of to the heart of what's what the plan is, and how the utilities are doing in achieving them. Okay, so if we want to go back to live questions, did we already, when did we have Kyle? We can go with, I guess Holly hasn't spoken yet, so let's go to Holly. Oh, I guess not now, or Kristen, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, hi. I just wanted to say thanks for addressing my question. I'm still trying to understand how the change petition process works. So I appreciate your answer, even though I know the question is a little bit vague in itself. So thank you.
Great. I guess there are any other questions that want to be asked or comments live, or any other in the chat. We can sort of pause for a moment here. Okay, Will.
I feel to speak. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. I was just unmuted, and I wanted to make sure I was given time to other folks, because I know there are a lot of questions around the wildfire mitigation plan comments, and certainly one of the comments made earlier about making sure that we're structuring public engagement in a more methodical way is really, really important in terms of how the WMP process rolls out. Especially given the constraints of energy safety and sort of the moves away from some of the standardized processes within the PUC, means that we need to really take extra consideration for how we get public engagement, how we get engagement from stakeholders. I really think it would be helpful for energy safety to look at some type of science-based clearinghouse where we have wildfire scientists reviewing these plans with certain criteria for their review. I think it would be important to have sort of a next phase, if you will, of quality assurance and quality managers reviewing the plans who understand those processes. I think there's a number of ways to engage subject matter experts within these plans so that they can pass certain thresholds for the review before they're considered reasonable. And I think that will be really, really important. I did also just want to point out one structural piece, which is, sometimes there are going to be tactics that are going to stretch across these different areas of that are outlined in the structure. So as an example, undergrounding, right, which would have a component of vegetation management, it would have a component of infrastructure hardening. And so trying to understand how something like that would be positioned within the wildfire mitigation plan so that it's clear that initiative, what that initiative is doing. And again, bottom line, how much risk is that reducing? And I just want to make sure that doesn't sort of get muddied as we're identifying these silos. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Well, I'll definitely take note of that structure concern as we're going through and further detailing that out. And certainly your other comments regarding public engagement, as well as thoughts of how energy safety may move forward in future with sort of having, like you mentioned, like making use of third-party, other subject matter experts in the whole QA/QC process and quals for those staff and that are going to be doing staff or external staff vendors that could be potentially supporting the reviews from a more science-based. Okay. I'm just looking at time. We have about 10 minutes left. So there's still a couple of people that have more comments. So just giving you a 10-minute warning. If we want to go to Henry.
Okay, hello. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. This is Henry Burton in the Wildfire Safety Group with the Public Advocate's Office. And I wanted to talk for a moment about the types of changes that would be permissible in an annual update submission versus a comprehensive submission. I think it's really encouraging. I'm glad to see that Energy Safety is working on differentiating the comprehensive submissions from the updates and setting some bounds around what kinds of changes are acceptable in an annual update. But I wondered if you could provide any definitions or criteria of what you would consider to be a sort of routine program adjustment or routine update versus a significant programmatic change or a new program, a new policy. So, as an example, I think it would help to set some bounds of what is just a normal routine adjustment to program targets versus a major change. And to pick an example, if you took a program like SCE's Covered Conductor Program, that's a pretty well-established program, but the outputs in that program vary somewhat from year to year. So, supposing Edison says in its 2023 to 25 comprehensive submission that it's intending to do 1,000 miles of covered conductor every year, and then the next year in the annual update, they come back and they say, well, instead of 1,000 miles, we think we're going to do 1,100. Is that kind of change a permissible change in an update or not? So I think we need some bounds, and I would suggest something along the lines of, within a 5% plus or minus band, no problem, that's routine. Maybe between about 5% and a 20% band, that needs to be explained and justified. And if you're going more than a 20% change from what you had stated in your previous comprehensive submission, then that might trigger the petition process that Energy Safety described, which I think is a promising concept. So, just setting some bounds of where something falls into routine versus significant would help.
Great, the excellent comment. Thank you for providing that. We'll definitely look at integrating something like that, as well as just, again, to your point of providing more clarity on what would fall under routine versus what would warrant something special, or as far as like this potential petition process vehicle. So I think we have 6 minutes left, so maybe we can go to Greg.
This is Greg Morris from the Green Power Institute, and I'd just like to perhaps reinforce a little bit some of the comments made by Will Abrams. Most of what we've been talking about this morning has been about guidance for the utilities in their preparation of the WMPs. I think it might be useful for the OEIS to spend a little bit of time also thinking about what they're looking for from reviewers, and there are different kinds of reviewers. I think there is certainly a need for science and engineering review, and I'm not sure you're going to get that from the regular core of interveners. So, and unfortunately, it's probably not free either. So that certainly deserves some thought. And also what it is you're looking for from interveners, a little bit of thought to that would be helpful. So that's my comment.
Great. Yeah, no, thank you for those comments. I think certainly energy safety is looking always at that aspect. We certainly, as mentioned earlier, and maybe it wasn't transparent, we've been having conversations with energy safety about that exact thing, and getting a more balance of stakeholder groups that would be, in particular, looking at the more technical and more sort of subject matter areas. That conversation was more around sort of guideline development process, going through kind of this more traditional government consensus standard, and potentially having sort of working groups like kind of shift to be more like committees that could look at those technical aspects. And that was sort of in concept discussed and is still being like explored at the moment, but we'll certainly take note of your comments there and continue those conversations.
Thank you.
Okay, we're about, I guess, 4 minutes to the end of this comment and question period for session 1. Might be a good opportunity to just take a 4-minute break before we go into the next session. Does that work for everybody?
Yeah, that sounds great, Darlene. Let's take a 3-minute stretch break and reconvene at 11:30 for the start of the next session.
right, everyone, we're at time. I should have a couple minutes at the end of the session, so I'm going to take those now to give people a couple more minutes to get back before we get started. So we'll plan on getting started here in maybe about 2 minutes. Okay, so we've given everybody an extra 2 minutes, so let's go ahead and get started. So just quick introduction. My name is Jonathan Hodges. I'm with the Research and Development Division at Jensen Hughes. I lead our services in the advanced modeling area. I'm a scientist at heart, so I'm glad to hear that people are wanting to bring good science into the WMP program. So I'm very encouraged by that. For the session that we're going to talk about today is on risk assessment. So let's go ahead and get started. So for this session, it'll be split into 2 sections. The first section is going to be on the risk assessment and modeling chapter of the guidelines. This will be about 2/3 of this time, so about 40 minutes here. And then the wildfire mitigation strategy will be 1/3, or about 20 minutes of the session. For part 1, we're going to start off by going through the outline of the chapter as we have it at the moment. Then we're going to review some of the existing requirements from the 2022 guidelines. Then we're going to take a sidestep to define risk and related concepts so that we're all talking about the same thing as we're going through the rest of the session. And then we're going to talk through some of the key changes to the risk assessment requirements, as well as to the model substantiation requirements we're planning on implementing in the 2023 guidelines. For the second part of this session, we're going to talk about the wildfire mitigation strategy. This is about how do you take your risk map and identify areas within your service territory that you need to do mitigation in. So we'll talk through the chapter outline, talk about our risk-informed decision-making process, provide an overview of the key changes and the requirements related to this, and then we'll provide a little bit of examples. All right, let's get started. Okay. So in the, as Darlene had mentioned in the reorganization part of session 1, previously there wasn't really a single risk modeling and assessment chapter of the guidelines. You can see in the 2022 guidelines, if you wanted to know all the risk assessment requirements, you needed to go to several different chapters that we've listed here. One of the objectives of the reorganization is to pull all of the risk assessment content into one chapter so that if someone is reviewing the risk approach of the utilities, they're able to find the relevant information within this section. I've highlighted here in green the different sections that have either new or brought or greatly expanded requirements in the 2023 WMP submission that we are currently planning. And we'll talk through most of these today. You can see we'll have the introduction, which goes through the definition of risk and risk components. And then we'll go into the actual requirements for the risk analysis. So what risks do the utility need to calculate? If they're using models, what do they need to report about those models? This will then flow into the calculation of key metrics. On the outcome side, environmental severity side, some of this already exists in the current guidelines. It's not going to be a primary focus of this talk today. But then we'll go into the service area risk maps. So what kind of maps are the utilities going to be required to present? And then we'll go into the data governance side, which is what data are they going to be required to record about ignitions that occurred in their service territory? What data do they need to record and provide to energy safety about their risk models? Lots of things in that area. And then we're going to talk a little bit about increased requirements on the retrospective analysis. So what do the utilities need to do when they've had a failure in the system, and how should that be informing the risk modeling and assessment approach? And then we'll also have a section in the chapter on maturity assessment. We're not going to really talk about that during this session because the maturity model is the focus of the session 3. So there's a bunch of words here. I won't read them all, but this is a subset from the 2022 WMP guidelines, table 2.2, which is the statutory compliance matrix. And what we've done here is extracted each of the rows that are related to risk analysis or risk prioritization, things like that. So I've actually summarized some key themes from these on the next slide. So there's really 3 primary themes of the statutory requirements in terms of risk analysis. The first is that the utilities need to describe their strategies and programs to minimize risk. This is from both catastrophic wildfires as well as from emergency de-energization. Second, the utilities need to evaluate risk and prioritization of risk mitigation. Now, this needs to be done in alignment with the SMAP and RAMP requirements. And to the greatest extent possible, it should be consistent with best practices from other utilities. And lastly, they need to describe areas within their service territory that they've identified as being a high risk but are not currently captured in the high fire threat districts. All right, so now we're going to talk just a little bit about risk and define some terms. I wanted to start with this quote from the Society of Fire Protection Engineers. I think it does a good job of discussing why this is an important topic. So every decision related to fire safety is a fire risk decision, whether it's treated as such or not. We've discovered that we cannot make our fire safety decision-making process more scientific and quantitative unless we first place our new engineering tools into an appropriate fire risk analysis context. To do otherwise is to make many implicit assumptions about patterns of danger and preferences for certainty and for safety versus other human wants and needs. What I really like about this is it emphasizes that risk is unavoidable to some degree, and the public, utilities, interveners, the regulator all have different ideas in mind about what's important to the community. And we as a community need to agree on that. So that we can calculate risk, and then we can use that common language of risk to prioritize our mitigations around. So for a formal definition here, at the end of the day, risk is the annual expected adverse effects from hazards that considers consequence and frequency. So at the end of the day, it is how bad is something going to be and how often is it going to occur. So this includes that frequency component and consequence, which I've defined here. We're actually going to talk a little bit more about consequence on the next slide. In this context, we're discussing consequence as the adverse effects from an event considering the hazard potential, community exposure, and local vulnerability. All right. So like I mentioned before, consequence has 3 main components in this context. The exposure is all of the things, the resources, people, infrastructure that have the potential to be impacted by a hazard. So a lot of times in the wildfire context, people are using population distributions or the location of structures within a community, that kind of thing. All of those are potential valued resources that can be exposed to the hazard and could be damaged. The hazard is the intensity of the natural disaster itself. So here we're talking about the wildfire. A lot of times people are looking at the flame length or the heat release rate of the fire, and so that's the hazard itself. Vulnerability is the predisposition of the community to be adversely affected by the hazard. So this is considering different characteristics that could make certain areas more likely to be adversely impacted by a hazard than others. The kind of classic examples in this space are elderly populations, for example, or AFN or LEP populations. It's covered in the maturity model in its current form, as well as potentially limited ingress and egress pathways. So if the community needs to evacuate, but it can't, that could point to specific vulnerabilities in certain areas. Okay. So what we're going for at the moment is to have one overall utility risk that the utilities are reporting on and using to prioritize their mitigations. However, this overall utility risk is built up of several different components. And right now, utilities aren't required to report on those different components of risk and how they're built up. So as an example, we know that ignition risk is important to the overall utility risk. The way we've defined ignition risk here is it's the total expected annualized adverse effects from utility ignitions at a specific location. This considers all the different likelihood and consequence components that we discussed on the previous slide. However, we also know that there are risks associated with public safety power shutoff. And the utilities are having to weigh these risks to make decisions on where to do mitigations to reduce the likelihood of a PSPS, or in real time, whether to issue a PSPS because the risk from an ignition is significant at a specific point in time. But all of these two components together go up into that overall utility risk. However, if we go back to our risk equation where we have a likelihood term and a consequence term, we also know that the ignition risk and the PSPS risk can actually be further broken down into risk components that go into these. In this case, that would be the ignition likelihood, ignition consequence, as well as the PSPS likelihood and PSPS consequence. Okay. So now that we've defined some of our higher level terms of risk, so what are we asking the utilities to do, or what are we thinking that should be changed in the 2023 guidelines around this? Well, we think the utilities should be discussing their risk and the individual risk components that feed up into that risk. And these risk components should be used to help understand why a specific mitigation strategy is the right strategy in an area. So let's kind of talk through the buildup of these different risk components. You can see here highlighted them in different colors, with the overall risk being red, which is generally what's being used for identifying prioritization because it's the overall risk. And then we have two risks that we've already talked about that are related to each individual hazard, with our ignition risk and our PSPS risk. The yellows and blues here are what we're calling intermediate risk components or fundamental risk components. In the case of PSPS likelihood, we've indicated it as a fundamental risk component because it's the smallest component that we believe the utilities should report across their service territory. So in contrast, the intermediate risk components are things in the middle that have a logical meaning that we think have value in reporting, but there's something at a lower level that we think should be reported as well to be used in mitigation prioritization. So if we take a look at ignition likelihood, we've broken this out into three separate components. The first is the equipment likelihood of ignition. Second is the contact from vegetation likelihood. And the third is the contact from object likelihood. The reason we split it out in this way is so that those first two likelihood are things that are generally directly in the utility's control. They can be doing more asset and vegetation inspections. They can be replacing equipment. They can be more aggressive with trimming of vegetation. Contact from object, they generally have less control over. When there's a balloon that hits a line, or you have someone drive a vehicle into a pole, it's more outside of their control. So looking at the equipment likelihood and the contact from vegetation likelihood makes sense because that's within their control, and they can use that to help prioritize which mitigation to undertake. When we look at the ignition consequence, this is really all of the adverse effects that are going to come from a fire that is started at a specific location by a utility. This has two components directly underneath it. The first is the wildfire spread likelihood. The second is the consequence. The way we're defining these things here, the wildfire spread likelihood is the likelihood that an ignition will transition into a wildfire and the likely spread of where it will reach within the community. So in this context, this doesn't have any flame length or any hazard potential embedded in it. It's just where are you likely to have an ignition spread to in terms of the fire. The consequence goes into if a fire reaches a location, what's the damage that we expect at that location? And this consequence has three components. The first, which we alluded to earlier, is that wildfire hazard intensity. So here we're talking about typically flame length or heat release rate of the fire. We talked about the exposure potential. This is your population density, location of infrastructure, any valued resources that could be damaged by a fire at a location. And then lastly is the vulnerability, the predisposition of an area to be adversely affected by the fire. All right. When we look at the PSPS risk, when we go into the PSPS consequence, we have some similar components going into this risk. We have the hazard potential, which is the presence of infrastructure or people that could potentially be negatively impacted by a PSPS in an area. And we have the vulnerability, such as increase in elderly population who without power could be at a much higher risk of health impacts or death. As well as the presence of critical infrastructure or traffic impacts, if that is significant in an area, anything that has a predisposition to be adversely affected by that hazard. Okay, so now that I've introduced all the terms here, what are the requirements, what we're planning on doing for the 2023 guidelines? Again, this is all still preliminary, and we really are asking for feedback at this stage. So if there are other components that you think are critical, or if you don't like this overall approach, feel free to put something in the chat and we'll address it at the end of the session. So requirements. The utility must evaluate each risk and each of these risk components within their service territory. The utility must provide maps of each risk and risk component in an appendix. Any high fire risk areas that are not included in HFTD should also provide additional maps. And all of these things should be included within the spatial data submission provided to Energy Safety. Okay, so now I just want to flip through some quick examples of what this might look like. So in this case, I've drawn a red box around this ignition likelihood term. What we've done in this case is taken all of the ignition data from the CPUC, from the large utilities from 2015 to 2020, summed them up in each geographic pixel here, said how many times was a utility reported ignition at each individual location. And so this doesn't have any idea of the consequence of the fire, how big it grew, or what the environmental conditions were. So this is purely a statistical approach. But this is a pretty good representation of kind of this red box. For this green box, we're using data from the wildfirerisk.org. And this is often the way people think about wildfire consequence. But it's neglecting some key factors. So this is the damage that would be expected to occur to a building at an individual location. So it doesn't actually consider if there is a building there or if the building is vulnerable, and doesn't consider population density. So it's really kind of a combination of your wildfire spread likelihood and your wildfire hazard intensity. But for our purposes, we're going to assume that it does a good job of representing this ignition consequence term. So once you have your red box with your ignition likelihood and your green box with your ignition consequence, you can then combine these to come up with an ignition risk. So this is showing how that builds up into that next term. In this simple example, we're just multiplying our red and green boxes together to get to our ignition risk. The utilities are typically doing something more complicated than that, sometimes using their multi-attribute value functions. But there is some approach to combine those to get to an ignition risk. And the way that this map here can be interpreted is how, based on what's been included in these, is how likely is a location to have structure damaged from a utility-started wildfire. Okay. So now just to summarize some of the key changes. We've already talked a little bit about the increased transparency and risk calculation methodology, but we'll talk a little bit more about that. We're also planning on adding some additional requirements on what the utilities need to do in substantiating their model and in the documentation that they need to provide about their models. And then we've also expanded the requirements on the data governance side. Okay. So in the increased transparency and the risk calculation, here we've highlighted the different parts of this that are new or greatly expanded in the 2023 submissions. Before, utilities were required to evaluate each risk in their service territory, but they weren't required to go to the same level of granularity that we're planning on asking them to go to in the next stage. Then for each risk and risk component, before they needed to provide their bow tie schematic showing the inputs, outputs, and consequences, as well as a summary description for each model and submodel. In addition to these requirements, we're now asking that they provide a high-level schematic demonstrating the calculation procedure, as well as a high-level description of the approach, such as multi-attribute value functions, if that's what's being used, to combine the risk components. We've already talked about the high-resolution geospatial maps for each risk and risk component, but those will be, or we're planning on those being provided to the public in an appendix. So the public will be able to see those as well. But we are planning on the utilities providing detailed model documentation for each model and submodel as well. This would be in an additional attachment external to the WMP itself, but to provide additional information on what's going on under the hood so that subject matter experts can review these things. All right. So a quick sidebar on model substantiation. Since we're asking the utilities to report more about their models. So model substantiation in a lot of ways is what people think of when they are thinking of model validation. But this is the process that's used to verify that a model is correct and suitable to an application. And this includes both verification, validation, and uncertainty assessment. The schematic here on the right is taken from one of the Society of Fire Protection Engineers guidance documents. This is the guidelines for substantiating a fire model for a given application. And if you look at the reporting requirements for the utilities in the 2022 guidelines, a lot of those were designed around asking the utilities to report on some of the same things that are formally defined in this guidance document. Specifically, first you need to define your problem. What are you hoping to solve? What are your inputs? What are you trying to predict? What are the assumptions and limitations that need to be made in order to solve the problem? And what are the performance requirements that must be met by your model? In the model substantiation process, all that's covered in your problem definition. You then go into selecting a candidate model. So if you've already got a model, great, let's evaluate it. And that's where you go into your verification and validation basis. At this point, You make sure that the model is doing what it's supposed to be doing and that it meets the performance requirements that you established in the problem definition. If it does, then you perform your analysis, and then you go into a formal uncertainty and user effects analysis. A lot of times people are thinking of this as a sensitivity analysis, where you're changing parameters to look at how it affects your results. Once you've done this analysis, you need to reevaluate the results of the sensitivity analysis to make sure that your model is still appropriate to the model, to the basis that you defined back in the original area. If at any point in this process it breaks down and you're violating assumptions or the validation basis is insufficient to meet the needs of the model, then you need to go back early in the process and do model development. So I'm going to define a few of these terms just so that we're all speaking the same language. Verification. At a simple level, verification is the process used to verify that the model is working as designed, that the equations are properly solved. It's essentially a check of the mathematics. So I've got a little example here to show this. If you have a test of 2 + 1 = x, the expected value of that is 3. If your model predicts 3, then it is verified in that case. But if it predicts anything other than 3, then it has failed that verification test. So when you are defining or developing a software product or a computational model, you often do tons of these verification tests that are run so that you know they're typically very trivial little examples like this to test individual pieces of your code to make sure that they are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Validation, on the other hand, is the process used to determine the degree to which a calculation method is an accurate representation of the real world. This is a check of the predictive capability of the model to predict new unknown scenarios. In this case, if we establish our validation test that the difference between reality and the model prediction had to be less than 0.2, a successful validation would be a model prediction of 3.1, since that difference would be 0.1. A failed validation would be 2.7 because that difference is at 0.3. And lastly, uncertainty is the amount by which an observed or calculated value might be different from the true value. If you think about it, if you needed to measure something and it was about 3 inches and you had a ruler and you only had notches every 1/4 inch, well, the closest you could get is it's somewhere between 3 inches plus or minus 1/8 inch, because you don't have enough accuracy in your tool to get more accurate than that. So on the experimental side, that's what we're talking about. On the model side, we're talking about are the assumptions in your model. There's going to be some uncertainty associated with that. The assumptions might not be valid in every case. Also, the input parameters. In the context of fire behavior modeling, what's your fuel moisture? What's your vegetation type? All of these things have uncertainties that can have drastic impacts on your model performance. Okay, so now I'm going to provide just an example of what model validation and uncertainty assessment looks like for one model in the literature. Fire Dynamics Simulator is I'd say it's probably the most validated fire model in the world. It's developed primarily for structure fires by the National Institute of Standards and Technologies, but it does have a wildfire rate of spread model in it. It's not used very often because it does take longer to run than many of the other models that exist. But it does provide a good example of what this process looks like. So the Fire Dynamics Simulator software package has about a 1,000-page validation manual. And in that manual, it describes in detail each experiment that is used in the validation. You see the text here describing where the test was undertaken. There's a technical reference to where you can go to get more details about it, when and where, all of this information. It also provides additional detail on anything that needed to be handled separately in the model, or different changes to the model that needed to be made to build the model in the software. And then they'll usually provide some visualization if it's available from the experiment compared with the model. And all of this is publicly available. So source code for the software is available, input files for the validation are publicly available, et cetera. So anyone can go in and look at and understand how good is the model in any individual situation. And they also present a detailed statistical analysis of the model performance across many different parameters. In the bottom right here, I'm showing what this statistical assessment looks like for the model performance on 353 wildland fire rate of spread experiments. The way that they analyze these results is typically to calculate a systematic bias associated with model prediction, or a tendency to overpredict or underpredict model performance, and then a standard deviation of the error. And they usually draw on here the lines associated with that, where the red line here would be the solid red line here would be the model prediction after accounting for systematic bias. And then the red dashed lines would be a 95% confidence window around that. Okay. So what are we looking for from the utilities in terms of detailed model documentation? Well, there's a lot of standards out there that define different types of model documentation and establish what should be reported in them. I'm providing a few of those here as example guidance documents. The snapshot that I'm showing in the bottom left is from ASTM E1472, which is a standard guide for documenting computer software for fire models. See, the contents of the technical document here are defined. We've already kind of covered some of this, but at the very beginning, you need to define the problem or function, finding what's the purpose of the model, what is it trying to do. Then in the technical description, you need to convey through the theoretical formulations, mathematics, and referencing the open literature, what the theoretical foundation is, what's the mathematical formulation, are there any specific data libraries that this model depends on? And you also need to evaluate the predictive capability, which we discussed a little bit on the previous slide. And they refer to this other ASTM standard here, 1355, which is a standard guide for evaluating the predictive capability of deterministic fire models. And then lastly, they talk about sensitivity assessment as well. They again reference to the 1355. So none of this is to say that we're explicitly requiring the utilities to follow one of these standards in reporting on their models, but this is more to give that background on this is the type of information that needs to be provided so that models can be reviewed by other subject matter experts. So here's another example on the detailed model documentation. Again, this is for Fire Dynamics Simulator. You can see on the first page, it has the authors who are responsible for maintaining this documentation. It also has the date that this specific version of the software was compiled and put out for public review. It has the specific revision number with a software code, as well as a hexadecimal code at the end here. That's, if you're a software developer, you can go to where the software is stored and you can get the exact version of it, see what the status of the code was at that point. Then they walk through, it's a pretty extensive document, but we look at the table of contents. The first technical section here is describing at a high level the modeling approach. And then for each of the individual modules within it, it has a detailed section that describes what is going on in that module, what are the assumptions that are being made, and references the public literature, as well as presenting equations and things like that as necessary. Okay. All right, so on the side of expanding data governance requirements. We've talked a little bit about this, specifically with the utilities being required to present their risk component, and some model output layers to the geospatial data. But we also want the utilities to collect additional data about each ignition that can be used in the retrospective analysis. Specifically, what were the risk and risk component scores at the time an ignition occurred? What were the risk and risk component scores at the time the WMP was submitted? Does your risk model say that the risk at where the ignition occurred was worse than what it was when you planned? Or was the risk the same as when you planned? That can help us understand if it was a failure in the risk model, or a failure in the process, or a failure in the planning stage. We also want to record information about the local conditions at the time the ignition occurred. We're still working through what exactly that might look like, but understanding what were the local wind conditions, for example. And then if we know did you forecast the wind conditions to be at some positive lead time, we can look at that and say, okay, was your forecast good? If your forecast was good, that has different implications in how you should change your process than if your wind forecast was wrong, and it incorrectly predicted lower winds than what you actually saw. There were also, in the previous version of the non-spatial data and the GIS schema, there were a few inconsistencies in how some of the data was being defined. And we are tightening the requirements there and making it so that the data that's included in the non-spatial data and in the GIS schema should be the same. So you should be able to calculate the non-spatial data from the geospatial data when you have the same data included in both. We're also emphasizing a modular design of the models. This is for many reasons, but one, to simplify sensitivity assessment with different assumptions. There have been a few public comments about, well, if you change this assumption about climate change, how does that affect your model results in planning? Well, this is something that we took to heart, and we wanted to encourage the utilities to work in this area. It also makes it easier to version control the models and to take individual pieces of the model and have subject matter experts who are very knowledgeable about that small section to review that model. In addition to the modular design, we want to make sure that all the submodels are aligned. Right now, models are complicated. You have to make a lot of assumptions in order to get an answer. And we want to make sure that the assumptions that are made across all of the models that are feeding into each other are the same, that you don't have competing assumptions being made in one place versus in another. Just making sure that everything's aligned appropriately. All right, so now we're going to talk about the wildfire mitigation strategy. And again, this is about a third of the talk, so I think we are on track for time right now. Okay, so here's an outline of this chapter this proposed chapter in the 2023 guidelines. You can see that a lot of this content was originally in section 7.1 to 7.3 of the guidelines. However, there was a little bit in the PSPS chapter in 8.1 to 8.2. Again, I've highlighted in green where there are the sections that have the new or greatly expanded requirements. So we start with the intro, then we go into the overview of the risk-informed approach. So this is really the schematic showing at a high level what's the utility strategy. Then we start to get into a little bit more detail. In the next section, it's the risk-informed decision-making and mitigation prioritization. There's three main focuses here. And the first is to say, what's your strategy now that you've got your risk map to identify what areas you're going to focus your mitigation efforts on? Now, this could be something like, we're going to focus on the top 20% risk areas, or it could be some other prioritization scheme, but the utility needs to describe what is that prioritization scheme. The second is, once you've identified an area that needs to be mitigated, what's your method for selecting the type of mitigation to do? This goes to some of the comments during the first session about, well, what about undergrounding versus increased veg management versus more asset maintenance? This is where you need to describe how are you selecting the type of mitigation to do in a certain area. And thirdly, what's your method? You have limited resources, so how are you choosing which of these to prioritize based on the funds that you have available? The next sections go more into the implementation side of things. So there's a proposed schedule of mitigations, as well as the implementation. Who's going to be doing the work? How are you going to monitor progress? However, we do have a new section that we're adding under implementation, and this is interim strategies, which we'll talk about a little bit more later. But really it is, if you've got a long-term strategy, it's going to take 10 years to implement. Well, you have identified this area as a high risk. So what are you going to do for the next 10 years until you can do that mitigation? So what is your interim strategy? After we go through the implementation strategy, the next piece is to provide additional annual service area prioritization maps. Now, there's two components here. The first is the geospatial timeline for implementation throughout the service area. And the second is projected risk maps after mitigation for annual updates. The WMP is intended to be a 3-year plan. So that means you have your current risk in current year, and then you should know what does your risk model say your risk will be at the start of the next year should you accomplish your goals for this year. And you should be able to do that throughout the whole 3 years of your plan. It won't be perfect, things change over time, but we should be able to know if you accomplish your plan in the WMP, how does that affect your risk map over the next 3 years? And that's the focus of that part of the section. Okay. All right, so here just summarizing the key changes. Again, we've talked a little bit about the transparency, but we're going to go over that a little more. And then a little more detail on the reporting of schedule and implementation. And then some additional requirements for the mapping of forecasted risk reduction. All right. So I wanted to take a quick sidebar here on risk-informed prioritization. This is a terminology that's used a lot in the nuclear sector for risk assessment in that region. I like this quote from the National Research Council on the topic. Risk assessment is a set of tools, not an end in itself. The limited resources available should be spent to generate information that helps risk managers choose the best possible course of action among the available options. So a lot of times people use the term risk-based prioritization. And I think we actually, when we think about it, we're really talking about risk-informed prioritization. And so in a risk-based framework, what that means is you identify, based on your quantitative risk and assessment, where your highest region of risk are, and then you prioritize your focus in those areas without considering other factors. The problem is, what if your equation's wrong? You might be missing key factors that need to go into that decision-making process. On the contrary, risk-informed prioritization is the process in which quantitative risk analysis, engineering analysis and judgment, and performance history are all used to prioritize your mitigation activities. This specific definition I adapted from the Nuclear Regulatory Commissions, and I won't read all of it, but the idea is that the risk assessment and the risk-based prioritization does come into play. You identify what areas are at high risk, but this feeds into a discussion with stakeholders and with subject matter experts to come up with the final decision-making. And this is evident in the SMAP process, which I think I have on the next slide. Yeah, I mentioned it here. So for this, the first requirement for the risk-informed prioritization is that the utility needs to describe the method used to identify areas for mitigation prioritization. And this is directly in line with the SMAP process, where we need to provide schematics, decision trees, whatever you need to demonstrate what your risk-informed prioritization process is. After that, we go into some specific requirements from SMAP, where you have your multi-attribute value functions to weigh your individual terms, you identify your candidate areas for mitigation prioritization, and then you have processes in place for engaging with the public in this risk-informed decision-making. The second area is, once you've identified what areas need to be mitigated or which areas will be prioritized, is what is the process to identify the type of mitigation. This also needs to include a discussion of the effectiveness calculations of the mitigation efforts. So if you're going to say that this type of mitigation is better than another, then you need to be able to demonstrate that through a quantitative analysis. And then lastly, for each of the areas that have been identified for mitigation, we want to show zoomed in maps of that target area that show which risk components are driving the high risk of the region. In this case, if you believe that you need to do enhanced vegetation management in an area, then we should be looking at the ignition likelihood term and the components that build up to it with the equipment likelihood and the contact from vegetation likelihood. And it should be seen from those risk maps that the vegetation likelihood is what's driving the risk to be high. So all that to say, providing maps to show this, and then a detailed quantitative analysis that justifies the decision, and then narrative explaining that. And then these last two are really new and expanded requirements for 2023. All right. So now to talk a little bit on the schedule and implementation side. So first is provide a schedule of planned activities and some food for thought questions that we might want to talk about in the Q&A session is what granularity of time should the utilities provide on this, and how far into the future should the utilities provide? Now, the new one that we're presenting here is the interim strategies for long-term mitigation activities. There's really two main, I guess there's several questions here. I'm sure that'll come up during the Q&A, but the two that came to my mind are, well, what are long-term mitigation activities? And second, what are acceptable interim strategies? Provided some examples here on the right with PSPS usage and criteria, more frequent inspections, enhanced fire detection and monitoring activities, but that's not necessarily an exhaustive list. There may be more that would be acceptable, or there may be some of these that we don't want to encourage. In addition to, I'm getting some feedback. Darlene, could you mute? Thank you. And the last requirement here is to provide a table listing each circuit identified for mitigation and summarize key parameters. Again, this is not an exhaustive list, but some examples. So what's the circuit ID or circuit segment? What is its current state? What are you planning to do to it? What's the risk score before implementation? What's the risk score after implementation? What's the timeline to get it implemented? And what's your interim strategy in place until you're able to get it implemented? And most of this is new or enhanced requirements from the existing guidelines. All right. So now I just wanted to provide an example of what some of these longer term risk maps might look like. We've already talked about some of the requirements, what we're planning on asking the utilities to provide. For this example, we took the risk map that I'd shown before, and we assumed that our strategy was great. We're able to take the top 20% of risk areas in our service territory and reduce the risk 30% every year. And then we said that climate change is bad. It's going to make the risk everywhere increase by 10% over every year. You can see that using this strategy, or arbitrary strategy, at the start of 2023, we have this risk map. At the start of 2024, you don't see a huge difference in the risk maps. But as you start to get to 2025 and really in 2026, you can see that the very high risk areas, especially in the Central Valley area, as well as in Southern California, are going away. They're not completely gone, but we have been able to reduce the highest risk areas by a fair margin. But you can also see that the orange areas, specifically in the Central Valley area and on the West Coast, are starting to crop up in 2026 compared to 2023. So we're starting to have higher risk in other areas. This is an arbitrary example, and this type of strategy wouldn't make it past review of the WMP. But it's intended to demonstrate a concept that as the utilities are looking at these longer term impacts of strategies, the best strategy might change year over year. Maybe the best strategy is the same for 3 years, but maybe the best strategy is going to change and you need to focus your efforts in a different place. And so we want to encourage this longer term thinking about what the strategy looks like. Okay, so I won't read all the text here, but this is a summary of some of the big picture changes that we've already talked about. Again, on the risk assessment and modeling side, we have increased transparency in the calculation, additional requirements on model substantiation, additional requirements on model documentation, and expanded requirements for data governance. On the wildfire mitigation strategy, we have increased transparency in the risk-informed prioritization process, additional reporting of schedule and implementation, and additional requirements for mapping forecasted risk reduction. Okay. So I think I ended a few minutes early. So I don't know, Nathan, if you would prefer that we take the lunch break early, give everybody a full hour, or if you want us to start answering some questions.
Let's go ahead and go on to our lunch break. So we're scheduled to go until 1:15. So let's take a break for lunch now and come back at 1:15 for questions and comments.
Sounds good. I appreciate that. And feel free over the lunch break as you're thinking about it to put some questions into the Q&A and we'll address them here at 1:15. Hello, everyone. Looks like we are coming up on time. So let's go ahead and get started going through some of the questions and comments. So I don't know if you noticed, pulled up some of the written comments here. I'll try and do this as we have them so that people who are not in the panelists are able to see what others have asked. I'll go through this first round here, and then we'll go to some of the hand-held up questions. So the first question here in the chat is a question for the utilities. How does this proposed assessment compare with what you're providing in your CPUC ramp process? Since that is posed to the utilities, I will wait and see if any of the utilities want to pull up their hand to address that. I see Megan putting something in the chat. Oh, okay. That's okay, Megan. I'm happy to read them. Okay, the next question is what is meant by high resolution, i.e. how high is high? And that is a really good question. And we have not decided exactly what resolution these things need to be reported at yet. So that is an ongoing assessment. If you have ideas or reasons for a specific resolution that you think things should be reported at, happy to hear those comments. But I don't have a firm answer to give you on that today. Third, from Justin Hagler, Cal Advocates, does the model documentation include examples of its function, real world or hypothetical? So that is included as part of the validation documentation, at least in the standards that I referenced during the talk. In terms of what specifically is going to be required by the guidelines, we're still working on that. If those are of value, then please let us know, and that might be something we can consider, but it's not decided as of yet. All right, then there's a comment from Holly Wehrman at Cal Advocates as well. For fire behavior, the large IOUs all use Technosylva to some extent. Has OEIS reviewed Technosylva's validation for this application? Specifically, modeling fire spread over 8 hours in the service territories of the 3 large IOUs. I believe other agencies such as CAL FIRE use Technosylva, but for a different application, e.g. to model fires in real time. This is a great comment. Thank you for that. This will be something that we'll address in the written comments after. There has been some discussion in that space, but I want to make sure that we're all aligned on what we say in that response. In the last comment here that was in the chat when I pulled this over, we had with the additional, it's from an anonymous attendee, so do not know their affiliation, with the additional requirements seen added to the guidelines last year and even further additions seen this year compared to last year, and along with various quick turnaround data requests that have increased in both immediacy and scope, this inevitably has an effect on risk assessment development progress for each IOU at some level, as the very entities, departments, teams, personnel that are working on risk assessment are, more often than not, the very same ones compiling data and documentation needed to meet these very guidelines, requirements, and data requests. Meeting these guidelines and being able to respond to important data requests is understandably and undoubtedly important and necessary for a variety of reasons. However, does OEIS take into consideration the effect increasing guidelines requirements and more numerous immediate data requests may have on the resource allocation within the same teams that are working to progress on the various risk assessment advancements detailed here? So this is a very detailed comment, and it is a good one. So I'm going to say we're going to respond to this one in a written form. At a high level, one of the goals of making the process for risk modeling and risk prioritization more transparent and requiring more information at the upfront is that what the utilities are providing will be more clear, be more clarity, and this would hopefully lead to less need for data requests. But like I said, we'll have more of a discussion on that and the best way to respond in the written responses. Okay. And we do have 2 hands raised. We will go to those next. I did want to hop over to the guiding questions and just leave those up in case it prompts additional hands. But looks like Henry Burton was first. Can we give him access?
I'm sorry, that was a mistake on my part.
Oh, okay, not a problem. Looks like Will Abrams is next.
Thanks very much, really a great presentation, and I appreciated the focus, and I really think that the models and how we're measuring risk is critically important to how we're moving forward. So just wanted to get some definitional questions out of the way. I have a long list of other questions, but wanted to start there. My first question, and one of the other things I just want to say is sort of my avatar has my business on it, and just want to make sure that you know, this is just Will Abrams speaking as Will Abrams. So I just wanted to make sure that that came across. So in terms of the definitions, you mentioned experimental certainty, and I would like to understand how you are defining that as compared to a confidence interval. So part of what you know, I think is really important is to understand the degree of confidence that we have in a particular measurement of risk. And I see that as a little different from an experimental certainty, and so wanted to understand that. Wanted to also see where within this are the outputs or the risk reduction ratios associated with this. So when a wildfire mitigation tactic is suggested within a wildfire mitigation plan, how you are quantifying that reduction of risk as opposed to the inputs. I wanted to see how you were looking at linear risk versus compound risk factors, and trying to understand where within this analysis you're looking at whether utilities are looking at the a complex and compound risk profile versus just looking at whether component A triggered an ignition. Wanted to also get your thoughts about the growing use of the black swan terminology from utilities, and to what degree you feel like what's being put forward can minimize that overuse in wildfire mitigation plans. And then sort of my last question definitionally is around consequences. And within that, are you looking at some of the financial consequences associated with this? Oftentimes this has been looked at in terms of number of structures burned and things of that nature that really are sort of beyond the control in some ways of the utilities. Are you looking at insurance rate increases, or how this affects bottom line economic conditions of ratepayers? Just wanted to understand sort of those definitions first, if you could. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lot there. I'll try and address what we can. I try to take some notes. I'm sure the others in our group have taken a lot of notes as well. So in terms of I'm going to start with where the reduction is captured. So in our current approach, that is captured in the wildfire mitigation strategy as one place, where for each mitigation activity on each circuit or circuit segment, you have that table where we said you need to provide the risk score before mitigation and the risk score after. So you can see how that's directly impacting the overall risk at that location. It also comes into the service area risk maps and identifying how is the overall risk in your service territory going down over time. In terms of broader statistical analysis of the risk, that'll be something that we'll want to address more in a written comment. So I'm not going to go into that more on live discussion here. In terms of the linear versus the compound risk effects, so that's a very complicated question, and it goes to, in a lot of ways, how are the utilities calculating their risk in each of these components. And I think what we're trying to strike the balance of in this section is what is reasonable to have them report about their methodology and their prioritization, and what can they still need to justify the decisions that they're making using what we're telling them to report on. In terms of how you have the trade-off between, for example, you have a linear function for how something affects your vegetation risk or your vegetation ignition likelihood, and how something is affecting your equipment likelihood. All those functions should be defined in how the utility is doing those calculations. And in the WMP strategy chapter, where you're describing your process to prioritize mitigations, those things should be covered during in that discussion. So you'll have different activities that you're undertaking, and those result in different degrees of risk reduction. You have some process in place for selecting those. So that is kind of an input to that section, but that's where it kind of falls out in our proposed setup. In terms of the growing use of the black swan terminology, I think for that, we'll probably need to discuss that offline and provide a written comment on it. But yeah, I'm not going to provide more on that. That's something that we really do need to discuss before I can respond to that. In terms of the definition of consequences, at the moment, our current plan is to have some list of things that need to be considered in your consequence list. And in each of these risk components have kind of a subsection in the guidelines that say what specifically does need to be considered in that, but that is not necessarily an exhaustive list. So when we do get the guidelines out for public comment, we'll be able to review what's in that list. And if there are things that should be considered that are not in that list, then you can provide feedback on that at that time. But there's also some flexibility for the utilities to include additional content in those sections. Let's see. Megan, did I miss could you clarify for me if I missed any comments of what Will had asked?
I am going to forward that question to Julia. I think that she should have that in her log.
Okay.
Yeah, those answers were very helpful. I appreciate the additional definitions. I have other questions, but I'll hold them for now.
Okay, thank you. So I think next we'll go to Kyle Addis. I believe you have access and you should be able to speak now. We're not able to hear you.
Kyle, you're unmuted, but we're not able to hear you.
Okay, well, while Kyle's working on his technology issues, let's go to the two additional questions that have come in the chat. I will snip them here so that people can read them, but Megan, if you'd like to read them for us, that would be good.
Absolutely. All right, so the first one that we have is from Henry Sweat with the CPUC, stating, sorry if I missed this discussion. How are the new guidelines going to incentivize IOUs to do a look back process to confirm the risk reduction effectiveness of their programs and to better understand how much each mitigation explicitly reduced risk. A specific example that is similar to what I'm asking, the covered conductor report that came out as an appendix to SDG&E's 2022 WMP compared to the SME expected risk reduction as compared to the actual data measured on each circuit for each utility. The data collected and discussion was informative, although the general takeaway seemed to be that it was too soon to tell.
Okay. So that's a great question. And that is not one that I think we can really answer on the call here. So I'm gonna say that we'll respond to that later in the written comments. Could you read the next one, Megan?
Absolutely. The next one is from John Rankin with SCE, saying, when you are referring to written comments, do you mean additional materials from Energy Safety will be distributed along with these slides?
So I don't know, Nathan, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. So we are taking a log, thanks to Megan and Julia, of the verbal and the Q&A questions today. And we'll of course be taking the written comments on May 6th, and we'll be considering all of that in our process moving forward. So anything that's not explicitly addressed or answered right now, we will still be considering. We don't plan to distribute additional written material beyond the slides in the recording.
Okay. Looks like Will has his hand up again. I don't see any other questions in the chat, so if we get him available again.
Thanks, Jonathan. A couple other questions I just wanted to run by you as scenarios that we're going to address going forward. One is the effects of a catastrophic wildfire in terms of a reassessment of risk scores and how that will be folded in. So, you know, if there is a component part where there is a certain level of risk that is assessed, but that due to the cause or contributing factor for a catastrophic wildfire, that score needs to be adjusted. Are there thoughts about the best ways to go about adjusting that risk score so that we have a better assessment of the risks, and so that we make sure that the risk mitigation activities are directed to address these risks associated with past fires?
So that's a good comment, and that's a hard question. Since risk has a likelihood and a consequence component to it, when you're looking at an event that has occurred in the past, the likelihood is now 1. It will occur. And so when you're doing a retrospective risk analysis, it gets a little more complicated. We can ask the utilities and have some requirements on reevaluating risk and trying to figure out exactly what is different. That's part of what we were trying to get to with the additional reporting requirements on having the utilities report the risk that they had in their service territory at the time an ignition occurred, and the risk that they had in their WMP planning activities, and looking at that discrepancy to inform future behavior. yes, that's something I didn't mention earlier that is probably good to mention, is there is a difference between long-term statistical risk and real-time risk in a specific situation. I'll mention that briefly in session 3 in the maturity model, with risk assessment generally being the statistical long-term planning, and situational awareness having some different modules in place for that real-time risk. And so those two things are they're very related, but they are somewhat different in application.
Thank you. Just one other question, if I can, for now. I would like to, I guess, dive a little deeper into how we're looking at component risk. Part of what I have put forward in comments with prior years' wildfire mitigation plans are seeing really a need to assess the risk associated with each component part of the infrastructure, because we've seen over the years that too often component parts that weren't looked at prior end up being those things that cause a catastrophic wildfire. As an example, a C-hook that wasn't necessarily viewed as the most riskiest component turned out to be so, or insulator strings, or jumpers, or other components. And so wanted to understand your opinion on whether every component part, or at least the vast majority of component parts, need to make sure that they have a risk associated with them in terms of how much they could contribute to a catastrophic wildfire ignition, so that we make sure that we're looking at a holistic approach in terms of how we're mitigating those risks.
That's a great question as well, and again, a very hard one to answer. I believe all the large utilities, at least, are using different failure rates for different types of equipment. But to your example of having a component that historically has no failure, or has no failures that lead to a catastrophic ignition, but then does lead to one, that's going to be very hard to capture when you don't have any underlying data indicating that it could be a problem. So that's a great question, and one that we may need to discuss more in the risk modeling working group, how to handle that going forward. But sorry, I don't have a better answer for you at the moment on that.
No, and I appreciate it. And I know these are difficult questions that can't all be answered in a workshop, but, just as something to put forward as a suggestion, one of the things that I think is really important is for these component risks that we make sure that there's a confidence interval built into each and every one of them, so that, if we have a lot of data that says that risk score is accurate, obviously it would be a narrower confidence interval, versus if it's, not a lot of data, but it's just the subject matter experts, if you will, sitting around a table and saying, we think it's, approximately this, then it would have a wider confidence interval. And that way, as we got more and more data moving along, and as we start to compare data across utilities, we could narrow that confidence interval and have more accurate models. Again, just a suggestion that we start to have a baseline that always includes a confidence interval.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that that's a good comment, and it's something that we should consider. If failure rates are 100% unknown for a component, it might also be something that's in the research space, where working with other entities like the Electric Power Research Institute, or some of the NSF funded centers, things like that, where coming up with failure rates for things that don't have failure rates right now, coming up with advanced testing techniques, that kind of thing, to inform those going forward could be an approach. But those are comments just as general comments in the research space, more so than specific to what we're doing here.
We have another one in the chat if I can go ahead and read it.
Okay.
From Kyle, he wasn't able to get his microphone working, I believe. So the question is, model documentation may exist in formats different than those shown in this presentation. I think we heard that utilities would have flexibility in providing the requested documentation in different formats. Is that right?
So I would say that question has not been decided as of yet. Part of the reason we're having this workshop, and I spent the time to talk about the model documentation and the validation, model substantiation, all of that, is to get feedback from this group on the value of that. Is that something we want the utilities to be presenting? Do we want it in a standardized format? Do we want to establish a specific reporting standard? So that's part of the reason we presented it today, is to get that feedback. So sorry, I don't have a better answer for you, Kyle, but it's undecided. Does anyone have any comments or questions on I think I had some guiding questions here on the model documentation requirements. Is that a good approach for us to be going? It'll probably increase some of the documentations provided by the utilities rather than decreasing the scope of these things. So if you have comments on that, feel free to raise your hand or put something in the chat. I do see Will put his hand up again. Is that an error, or do you have another comment?
Yeah, I do have another question, and just trying to balance that with other stakeholders engaging. So, I guess part of it is trying to understand for me how this ties into the monitoring of energy safety, the quality assurance associated with what the utilities do, reporting and such. So just wanted to understand if there was an expectation that energy safety monitoring would go to those areas where the greatest risk was assessed, to whatever degree we had expectations that our investor-owned utilities would be doing quality assurance around those highest risk areas and providing reporting from the quality control tools that speak to that. Just want to understand sort of how this risk assessment ties into those types of activities.
I'm happy to talk a little bit to it, but I didn't know if Nathan or Lucy, if one of you wanted to provide an energy safety perspective on that.
Go ahead and speak to it first, Jonathan.
Okay. So, there is the expectation that the utilities are providing QA of their models. And the question of what is the role of energy safety in this and these additional requirements is part of this is providing the detailed documentation of the specific components that are driving your risk to be high should be part of the prioritization process, because it'll help the public and energy safety understand and validate that the specific efforts that the utility is undertaking are the right efforts for a specific area. So the reason we're asking to report more on these model outcomes and these risk components is to really inform and to help the utilities tell the story of why they're doing the mitigation that they're doing. And so that should make it easier for interveners to discuss specific points of the plan, because you have a technical basis for why a decision was made. It should make it easier for the public to weigh in and make it easier for energy safety to provide a detailed decision.
Thank you. And just not sure if others wanted to weigh in on that point, but in terms of the third bullet that you have listed here about the risk component maps, one of the areas that I think would be very, very helpful for us to gain additional insight on risk is having the utilities provide business process maps about various operations that they have, and really identifying where within the business processes there are risks. So that I think would also be helpful. I know that there's a large focus, as there should be, on the infrastructure, on things like vegetation management, but things like, you know, the decision-making process associated with reporting a fire. You know, what are the risks inherent in that? What are the, you know, the business process steps for a PSPS event? And where within that business process flow do we have risks? Because I think once we have those business process flows mapped out and we've identified where within those processes we have the highest risk, then we can look at quality control tools to be put within that process to make sure that we're, you know, improving the quality and reducing the risks associated with those processes. So I would just put that forward as, you know, an area that would be, you know, really helpful as we're evaluating this.
Thank you for the comment, and we will consider that as well as we're developing the guidelines. Looks like we have another hand raised. This is Ian Fisher. I apologize if I said that wrong.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, excellent, thank you. My name is Ian Fisher. I'm with Advocates. Just one thought, and I think I'd like to understand about the documentation you're asking of the utilities. So you've talked a lot about model validation. A key element of model validation that I've not seen or heard anything about, and you can correct me if possible, is actually kind of ground truthing the outcome of the model. So literally taking a random sample, going out on the ground, seeing whether the risk on the ground actually reflects and agrees with the risk of the model. Have you had in your view of this, do you see that as a component of this, or is that something we should?
So that is an excellent question. And I would say one of the key focuses of validation is to do the ground truthing aspect. The difficulty you run into is it's not really possible to do an overall ground truthing on the total ignition risk because there's so many things that go into that. And you always have to make an assumption on, well, this event, if this event did occur, so you've got the likelihood and the consequence component. Now, I do think that providing ground truthing for individual pieces of the models is very critical. For example, if you are using satellite imagery or remote sensing to look at fuel moisture using like normalized difference of vegetation index, or NDVI, for example, and you're relating that to your fuel moisture, taking ground truth measurements of that on a periodic basis to validate that your conversion from a remote sense quantity into physical quantity. There's some model there, and doing ground truthing on that is something that should be done as well. But I think to do it on the overall scale is going to be very difficult. So I think we need to do it on the individual components that go into it.
And are you asking for the ground truthing of those components that you see where it would be useful?
So we are asking for detailed documentation of models and submodels. The question is still an open question of to what degree do we want detailed documentation and validation basis for every submodel, because that could lead to a very large set of documentation to be prepared and provided by the WMPs. Something as simple as, here's our data on when wires go down in different wind conditions, and we have a model for a wire down event. That's a model. You have some statistical assessment that you're doing. And so what degree of detailed documentation do we need for just that piece of it, for example?
Oh, understood. I know there are numerous components to this. However, some indication of which ones you think would be most important to actually ground truth would I think be invaluable given the breadth of those components.
Mm-hmm. And that's a hard question that I think as part of the risk modeling working group with ongoing discussions every month, that might be something that we want to address in that, is to look at what are the components that are the most critical to be ground truthing. Did you have any other questions, Ian? Okay, hearing none. Do we have any more questions in the chat, Megan?
Sorry, that was me. Apologies, I was muted again.
Oh.
Can you hear me again?
Yes, we can. Did you have a follow-up question?
I do. Sorry about that. So I guess the answer is going to be similar, but I have a follow-up question about actual peer review of the models generally. Mm-hmm. And I presume that will effectively fall to the working group, the modeling working group. Is that correct?
So that is not something that has been established. That process has not been established yet. One of the planned outcomes of the risk modeling working group is a set of standard practices, best practices for the risk modeling. So there will be that, but there's still an open question of how specific is that going to be versus general. When you look at something like the SMAP settlement agreement, it's very specific in some ways, but also very general. And so there is a lot of interpretation in like how the safety calculation is done, for example. And so we need to decide what degree of or how specific the best practice guidance from that working group needs to be. And then how specific the reporting needs to be in the guidelines still. That's still all open for discussion. So again, sorry I don't have a better answer for you on it, but it's part of the discussion that we're having now.
Yeah, as with all this, it's a work in progress. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, that's my last question.
Okay. Megan, are there any questions in the chat?
Nope, we don't have anything open right now, but it looks like maybe Will just put his hand back up.
All right, Will.
Thanks. I just wanted to follow up on, I guess, that earlier question. Didn't know if there was an answer, and if this is just a work in progress, that's fine. But just wanted to understand if it was the intent of Energy Safety to align their monitoring with the risk assessment, so that they are monitoring and you know, as Ian mentioned, providing some ground truth to that risk assessment if there was an intent to do that. And then I was hoping, Jonathan, that you could comment on whether you felt it was appropriate for every utility to be maintaining sort of these different models, or if there was you know, a real need to have some type of mutual assistance agreement or something else in place so that we centralized the, you know, wildfire modeling, so that you know, we had a similar basis for evaluating the utilities.
So I'd like to first start off and just, if you could clarify your meaning in terms of the monitoring question. I think could you be a little more specific in what you're asking there?
Sure. Yeah. Let me be specific. So if through the risk analysis it was determined that C-hooks and jumper cables and insulator strings were sort of the top three components of wildfire risks from a infrastructure standpoint, again, just providing a simplistic example, would then energy safety say, okay, these are the highest risk components. We are going to take a random sample of, 200 of each of those and send people out to go inspect those components because they are of the highest risk. That type of monitoring.
So to answer that question, we would need to talk with the Energy Safety Compliance Division, I believe. I don't think I can give you an answer to that on the phone here, unfortunately. I don't know, Nathan or Lucy, if you want to weigh in on that topic.
No, I think you covered it, Jonathan. We would need to connect with the compliance division on how specifically they would be looking at the items that are included in the WMP.
Thank you. And thank you for the comment, Will. We will record it, and we do talk with the compliance division on some of these as we're developing the guidelines. So the comment will make its way there eventually, but it's just not something that we can answer on the call here. In terms of the maintaining a common modeling framework, that is a large topic, and one that, again, I don't think I can address on the phone here. And I could give my personal opinion, but I'm not going to, because we're here assisting energy safety. And so I want to make sure that we're all aligned on any comment we give. And I don't want to present my personal view on that as something that we're discussing in this context.
Okay. Thank you.
We did get another question in the chat, if it's an okay time for that.
Okay.
This is from Fee Nguyen with SCG&E. The question is OEIS open to the utilities providing different level model substantiation depending on the reporting year? For example, high level summary during updates and more detailed uncertainty values during base values. This is to try to alleviate the amount of work to the technical team and also align the cadence of reporting model specifics as it relates to development.
So thank you for that question, Pi, and that's a good question as well. In terms of the interval of these approaches and reporting on this, that's not decided as of yet. If we do proceed with the limited updates to risk modeling just based on input data and not changing the risk model year over year, then the technical effort to update the validation basis of these models in the off years would be less. But based on a lot of the public feedback, we need to talk about that a little more offline. And if the risk model is changing significantly year over year, then it would make sense to resubmit model substantiation efforts. So those things are all kind of interrelated, because if you're changing the model a lot, then you need to justify those changes to the model. If you're not changing the model a lot, then there's not as much justification needed in that. And to the example that I had provided before with FDS, they have a public source code available, and every time the model is updated, they have an automated verification and validation suite that is run. And then those statistical analyses are automatically regenerated, and new verification and validation documentation is generated. To my personal viewpoint on that would be very indicative of a more mature system. And that's something that we'll talk a little bit about during session 3. That is one of the aspects that goes into the maturity of modeling approaches. So I feel okay saying that, since we will be talking about that during session 3. see, I don't see any other questions in the chat or people's hands up. So maybe I'll just kind of look through the guiding questions here and see if there's anything that we haven't talked about yet. So I guess even the first bullet here, are there general thoughts on, do we want to have the utilities be reporting the detailed risk components? Is that a reasonable approach to be going forward with, since that is a pretty big change to what's being done now? See, Will has his hand up.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm sure the utilities have a different perspective on this, but I my view is I don't see how we can have a risk framework without looking at the component risk. One of the analogies that I have made in prior comments is, looking at, an airplane and sort of how risk is assessed in an airplane. And of course, there are important differences between that risk assessment. But, in an airplane, when a button or a seatbelt change or, a different version of the, individual movie screen is put in an airplane, how that affects risk on that airplane and its airworthiness is reviewed. And I think we need to really advance how we look at utility risks as sort of a larger machine, if you will, and make sure that we're looking at each and every component risk. And that's why I think it's important that we set a baseline where every component has to have a measured risk and allow the utilities, because we don't have all of the data that we need, to assign a confidence interval to that. And so that we understand where we need to get more data and where we need to have greater understanding about the risk, because without getting to that very base component level, I think we're going to be seeing too many black swans, too many, well, this wasn't in our risk modeling, and sort of doing a little too much learning on the fly, which, given the cost of these catastrophic wildfires, I don't think we can afford to do. So that's my opinion on that particular item.
Thank you, Will. You do bring up a good point. We haven't had a lot of discussion from the utilities themselves on this. Would anyone be willing to share a utility perspective on what we've talked about today on the risk assessment, modeling, and wildfire mitigation strategy? We also had a earlier question from the Q&A that asked the utilities how different this is from the process used in preparing the ramp proceedings. So that's something that you'd be willing to weigh in on as well. We'd love to hear it. I do see your hand up, Will. I was just waiting a little bit to allow people some time if they are considering. All right, Will, did you have another follow-up comment?
Yeah, I guess I was just gonna comment, since it seems to be brought up here. It really would be wonderful if the workshop had, some engagement and some back and forth with the utilities and others on the call I know it's a Friday. I know it's an afternoon on a Friday. But, it'd be great to have the utilities engaged in a collaborative way with interveners on this subject. So I'm just hoping that they do speak up and express their views on these different topics as we go through.
And the utilities have been very involved in the risk modeling working group with representatives there, providing very good feedback on each of these components. Many of the meetings that we've had to date have been organized around a single or two risk components. We had most recently had a discussion focusing on PSPS likelihood and PSPS consequence, for example, and the utilities did each go through their process and provided some discussion on those topics. So we are getting engagement from the utilities in that working group. And if you're interested in being more engaged with the utilities and energy safety in those kind of in the weed discussions, I encourage you to get involved in the working group. All right, did we have any comments on, we've talked a lot about on the risk assessment and modeling, and one of the things we haven't talked about at all is the interim strategies, which is a new concept that we're planning on putting in the 2023 guidelines. What are your thoughts on long-term mitigation activities and interim strategies in the meantime? Does anyone have any comments on that? We did just have a question come up in the chat. Would you mind reading that, Megan?
Absolutely. This is from Kristen. What is the longest acceptable timeline for interim strategies?
And I'd say the short answer is at the moment that has not been established. And that's one of the things that we'd love to get some feedback from on the public. If the utility is providing a 3-year plan, which is the WMP timeline right now, is a 3-year period considered a long-term mitigation, or are we talking more over the course of a decade? And when do interim strategies need to be in place? So does anyone have any thoughts on a timeline for that? All right, well, thank you. There will be the opportunity to submit written comments to the docket as was in the announcement. So if as you're preparing your comments on this workshop, you have some thoughts on the interim strategies or acceptable timelines, please include them in your comments there. So since the Public comments seem to have slowed down a little bit on this session. We're scheduled to start the maturity session in about 5 minutes. I would propose that we take a short 5-minute break. Nathan, is that okay with you?
That sounds great. Let's take a 5-minute stretch break and come back at 2:15 for the last session of the day.
Sounds good. Thank you all for your comments, and we'll see you again in about 5 minutes. Right, everyone. Looks like we are at time according to my clock. So let's go ahead and get started. So again, my name's Jonathan Hodges. I'm with Jensen Hughes. I just presented session 2. So if you weren't here, I'll just mention briefly, I'm in our research and development division at Jensen Hughes. I'm in charge of the advanced modeling work that we do in that space, including the physics-based side, like wildfire modeling, as well as in the data analytics and machine learning space. That's just a little bit about me. And the purpose of this session is to talk about the maturity model and the updates that we've been considering for inclusion in the 2023 version of the model. Let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so a quick outline of what we're going to talk about in this session. Start off with a little bit of review. First, with the objectives of the maturity model. Second, review the existing design and requirements in the existing guidelines. And then provide an overview of the key changes to the maturity model. These will include a snapshot of the current rendition of the 2023 maturity model matrix, an example capability definition, which is expanded a bit as part of this update. We're also going to provide transparency in how maturity levels are going to be determined, at least proposed to be determined in the 2023 update. And then talk a little bit about the role of maturity assessment in the WMP. Okay. So there's 4 main objectives to the maturity model. First is to quantify the capability of the utilities to mitigate wildfire and PSPS risk. Second is to drive year-over-year continuous improvement in these activities. 3, to identify and share best practices across the industry. And 4, to provide high-level information to the stakeholders. So the way the current model works is the utility maturity is evaluated annually. It's based on a self-reported survey by the utility itself. Energy Safety then takes those survey responses along with all other information provided by the utilities and determines the utility levels through a closed process. The current utility maturity is not intended to evaluate compliance. It is intended to provide information to the evaluators, utilities, and the public on what the utilities are doing well in and where they could focus to improve, but it is not intended to evaluate compliance. The maturity model is designed to be updated every 3 years. So since the first version of this came out in 2020, we're coming up on the first comprehensive update to the maturity model for the 2023 submission. The purpose of the 3-year update is 2 main parts. 1 is to improve the design based on comments from stakeholders and an experience working with the model over the last 3 years. And 2 is to update maturity level definitions based on best practices now that things have been growing and advancing over the last few years. All right. So now we'll provide a little bit of an overview of the existing model from 2020 to 2022. Just about everybody should be familiar with or seen a matrix kind of like this in the program, but the current model has 10 categories and 52 capabilities, with each capability assigned to an individual category. You can see that the categories include risk assessment and mapping, situational awareness and forecasting, grid design and system hardening, asset management and inspection, vegetation management and inspection, grid operations and protocols, which also includes some aspects of PSPS, data governance, resource allocation methodology, emergency planning and preparedness, and stakeholder cooperation and community engagement. We won't go into the details of each individual capability, but if you are interested in the specific definitions of each of these, they are provided in attachment 4 of the 2022 WMP guidelines. So in the current maturity model, each capability is scored on a scale between 0 to 4. There are a few different scoring philosophies that are presented that are establishing general criteria of what maturity looks like at a level 0 and what it looks like up to a 4. In this model, a level 0 means that what the utility is doing is below minimum expectations or expected standards. In particular, this typically means that they're not actually following regulatory guidance. So a 0 is a pretty bad score. A 1 means that you are in alignment with minimum expectations or expected standards. So if you're meeting GO 95, you're meeting FERC, all other relevant standards, then that should be that baseline level of 1. Level 2 means that you are going beyond minimum expectations, but not consistent with best practices. So you are doing better in some ways, but not necessarily best aligned with best across the industry in all those areas. Level 3 is you are actually consistent with best practice. So whatever the state of the art is for this capability across the industry, you are aligned with it. And then a 4 is something to aspire to. It is saying that you are pushing the envelope beyond what people think of as best practice with the activities that you are doing in that capability. So that's the general scoring levels and how they go up. The scoring philosophies that were included in the model in 2020 to 2022 had these 4 general categories. The first was typical characteristics, which really talks about collaboration with other agencies, leading efforts in improving protocols and best practice. Then you have typical data validation and granularity. So this is data quality, data QA/QC, real-time learning, and the spatial granularity that your analyses are being performed at, for example. You also have level of systemization and automation. Just talking about how automated your processes are and how detailed and tested your policies and procedures are. Then lastly was the typical approach to learning and updates, which is what are your structures in place to verify findings, integrate those into improving your model, and what are your established procedures and how good are they at frequently integrating those updates into your approach. So that's kind of a general idea of what the maturity levels were based on before. When we go to the maturity model document for 2022, you see this is a list of a single capabilities definition in the model. So it consists of a short capability name, a relatively short summary of the scope of that capability, what it's covering, and then text describing what would be indicative of a level 0 through level 4 for that capability. These are not necessarily comprehensive. There can be other criteria for a capability that are not included here, as discussed in the attachment, but these were intended to give a general feel for what each level corresponded to. Now, when we look at these, you can see that there's some logical themes here designed around individual scoring philosophies. For example, what I've highlighted here in orange is each related to spatial granularity of your climate scenario modeling. Each that I've highlighted in blue is related to the independent assessment of your climate scenario modeling from some subject matter experts, as well as from historic data and risk events. So what we can do is if we just rearrange this table a little bit, we can say each of those kind of logical themes within the capability can be linked to one or more scoring philosophies. And you can see that there's a level, or some of them have no requirement at level 0. Some of them have no requirements at level 1, and others have requirements at every level. So the reason I bring this up is some of the inspiration for some of the changes that developing in the 2023 guidelines, and it feeds into the transparency that we are pulling together for the 2023 maturity level determination. So key lessons learned from the 2020-2022 model. Perhaps one of the largest was that everyone wanted to know what were the maturity levels based on, how were they determined, and how could utilities improve in their maturity. So this feedback was provided several times throughout the process, and Energy Safety has heard this and has listened and is planning on making the maturity level determination process known for the 2023 maturity model. Second is comprehensiveness. There have been some gaps in the capability design where the utilities are doing great work in certain areas that aren't being credited in the maturity model. And so these need to be addressed in the individual capabilities. And this second one kind of goes along with the transparency, but the maturity determination highlights lacking areas, but it doesn't really provide that specific guidance on how the utility can improve. And so we're hoping to improve in that. And lastly is in the area of standardization. At the moment, not all of the survey questions were interpreted consistently across the industry. And so we want to make sure that we're improving the clarity in how these things are being assessed so that we make sure that we're getting consistent responses across all the utilities. And also the way that the utilities themselves are using the maturity model in their WMP and in discussion with their mitigation activities is not consistent at the moment. And so some improved guidance on how to use the maturity model in the WMP could improve the consistency in those submissions. Okay. So now we're going to get to some of the changes that we are considering for the 2023 to 2025 maturity model. Okay. So again, block of text. I won't read it all, but there are 4 key objectives of the redesign. The first is we want to establish a link between the increased maturity and a reduction in risk. So this goes to that idea of we want people to understand why a capability is important for the utilities to do better in and how it relates to reducing risk. Second is we want to improve the standardization in reporting among utilities. Part of this is standardized metrics of models that are used in assessing and reporting of outcomes and maturity, better integrating the maturity self-assessment more fully in the broader WMP program, and to enhance the mechanisms to inform ongoing learning. Third, we want to make sure that we're improving the quantitative assessment of maturity. So where possible, we want to establish logical links between outcome data and initiative activities and maturity levels. We also want to make sure that we establish comprehensive metrics that can be used to evaluate maturity for themes that are cross-category. So it's not just a category level maturity and not just a capability level maturity. And lastly, we want to be transparent in how the maturity levels are determined, and we want to show how maturity can be used to provide these additional insights into utility progress in different areas. Okay. So here's a quick summary of the key changes that we are considering for the 2023 maturity model. First is we are reorganizing the maturity model. And as part of this, we've reduced the number of categories and capabilities. I'll talk why that is later. Second, we're expanding the maturity capability definition. So there's going to be more information recorded about the capabilities. Third, we want to develop these cross-category theme metrics, which evaluates key scoring philosophies across all categories. We've already talked about transparency, and we've talked about the link between the maturity assessment and the utility WMP submission. Okay. All right. So one of the reasons that the number of capabilities has decreased a bit is that we are merging several of the capabilities from the old maturity model into a single capability. So the reason we did this is in the original model, you had multiple capabilities that were really trying to cover the same concept, and we're just looking at different scoring philosophies. For example, when we look at capabilities 17, 18, 20, and 40 in the existing model, there are components of this that go to asset inspection. For example, 17 and 18 are looking at the frequency and effectiveness of inspections. 20 has some components in it that are related to the QA/QC of inspections. And 40 has some components related to risk spend efficiency of asset inspections. In the 2023 to 2025 capabilities, this is instead a single capability on asset inspections. And we have multiple scoring philosophies that are considering each of these different components that historically were captured with different capabilities. So what this means is each capability is now designed around a single concept. And this allows us to lump a lot of different aspects into one capability and allow us to create these cross-category scoring philosophy scores. For example, this idea of QA/QC. We can look at all the different capabilities that have QA/QC as a scoring philosophy and develop a maturity level associated with QA/QC across the whole program. And we'll talk about that a little bit more later. Okay, so here I'm flashing up the work in progress 2023 maturity model. Again, whatever you see here, probably be different in what's actually there, but I did want to highlight some of the changes that we are considering. So highlighted in green here, and we'll start with some of the big picture stuff, and I won't walk through everything here, but I'll give a little detail. So the risk assessment and mitigation strategy category has been changed, the name has been changed a little bit, and we've shuffled capabilities around a little bit between this one and the situational awareness and forecasting. I alluded to this a little bit at the end of session 2, where the way we are proposing to organize this now is the risk assessment and mitigation strategy is about your long-term statistical planning that's used in prioritizing mitigations. The capabilities related to situational awareness and forecasting are about your real-time predictions, real-time weather, real-time data collection, detecting if you have a fire, centralized monitoring of those real-time conditions. So it's all about what's going on right now. So there will still be models that go into that. There will still be risk models that go into that. But we're differentiating a little bit more than is currently done between the statistical side and the real-time side. You can see that we also merged together the grid design and system hardening and asset management and inspections categories into a single category, tentatively called here grid design, inspections, and maintenance. We wanted to pull together all the asset related capabilities into a single category. And after merging capabilities, it ended up working out pretty well to have, we didn't have too many capabilities in place. So that worked out pretty well. There's not a large amount of changes to the veg management and inspections category. We did add a new capability here and in the grid side on personnel training and quality assurance as being a critical area. Grid operations and protocols does not have many changes to it at the moment. You can see we did add some new capabilities to emergency planning and preparedness with the external communication and notification. One of the little bit of reshuffling we did between the emergency planning and the community engagement categories is to try and focus the emergency planning and preparedness on coordination with agencies, governments, people who have a direct impact in responding to an active fire or an active PSVS. And then the category that was formerly community engagement, that's now interutility cooperation and community engagement, is more focused on that collaborative spirit between the utilities and other stakeholders and engaging with their community about the plan. But the agencies are really, that interaction is really in the emergency planning and preparedness now. You can see that we also added a new category on safety culture. This was in part response to the new requirements on safety culture assessment and wanting to have a way to assess that in the maturity model. And you can see in the data governance that we've reshuffled a lot of the capabilities there to focus on the broader themes that are cross-cutting across many of the categories. Okay. So if you remember earlier, I discussed a little bit about what the current capabilities include in their definition. And it was the name, primary category, description, maturity levels, and maturity survey. We're now expanding this definition to include 3 new areas. First is a list of the scoring philosophies which are relevant to the capability and a description of how the increased maturity is achieved. Second is the addition of risk components, which is the list documenting the logical link between improved maturity and a reduction in wildfire risk for each capability. And then lastly, we added a section on outcome metrics, which are components of the data that we believe should be linked to improved maturity. Not necessarily always a direct, for many of the more qualitative capabilities, it's a lot harder link than it is for some of the more quantitative like veg management and asset management, but at least a listing of what should be affected by improved maturity. Okay. So here I'm summarizing the scoring philosophies that we've established right now for 2023. You can see that I split up some of the scoring philosophies from 2020 to 2022. Remember, there were 4 and just kind of split them up to a little more bite-sized pieces. But we've also added a lot of additional scoring philosophies here. So I think we have about 20 or so on this list at the moment. I won't go through all of them, but for each of these scoring philosophies, we also have a general description similar to what we had before. So some examples here are for anticipating. This is the utility's ability to identify the potential for issues that could result in a hazardous event before they occur. So this one is going to be very critical for your situational awareness and forecasting, as well as in the grid operations and protocols, and in the emergency planning and preparedness type categories. Second is automation, which is the utility's ability to receive, process, and act on information in a prescribed, consistent, and timely fashion that reduces wildfire and PSPS risk. And this is generally going to be important across many of the different categories. Again, in particular, many of the ones focusing on the real-time aspect where you have time-critical behavior. And the last example I have for the slide is collaboration. And this is the utility's level of cooperation with energy safety, emergency responders, other utilities, government agencies, and other stakeholders in wildfire risk mitigation. Okay. So I won't spend a lot of time here since we did just talk about this in session 2 for anyone who wasn't here. We have established a general risk buildup from what we're calling fundamental risk components up through to the hazard risks of ignition risk and PSPS risk, all the way up to the overall utility risk. So the goal here is to make sure that all the utilities are discussing risk in a similar way, defining our terms similarly, and that they're being more detailed in how they're recording their risk. The reason it's relevant here is this gives us a little more granularity in the maturity model, we can say that if you're looking at ignition risk estimation, well, the ignition risk estimation category would really be primarily focused on this ignition likelihood. I got a little loose with my terms there. I should probably call it an ignition likelihood capability. And if you're looking at wildfire spread prediction, well, wildfire spread would really be primarily linked to this wildfire spread likelihood. So just allowing us to be a little more specific in how things are affecting risk. And that way we can develop comprehensive maturity levels that look at, if you look at all the capabilities related to an individual risk component, how are you doing across the board for that risk component? Okay. So now I want to talk a little bit about the relationship to outcomes. So a key objective of the maturity model is to have an objective quantification of capabilities which enable utilities to reduce utility-started wildfire and PSPS risk. So on the right here, I'm showing an example of what we would hope we would be able to see if we had a very robust maturity model. You can see we're showing for all the utilities from 2020 and from select from 2021. If you look at the vegetation management and inspections maturity and compare that with the normalized vegetation risk events per overhead circuit mile, that there does tend to be some correlation between a reduction in risk events and increased vegetation management maturity. Granted, correlation does not imply causation, but these two, there is a logical link here that if you are improving your veg management practices, you would expect to see a reduction in your vegetation risk events. So one of our goals with linking to outcome metrics is to establish that logical link so that we can start looking at, well, are the outcomes, is the increased maturity actually leading to a reduction in outcomes? It gives us a way to assess, is the maturity model doing the job that it's supposed to? And are the utilities improving in a beneficial way in terms of reducing outcomes? Now, one thing that this will mean is that we need to collect additional data because there's not always enough data right now to really link everything to outcomes. And there will probably still be gaps once we're done, but this is the reason why we're looking to increase some of that data collection. Okay. So there's going to be a lot of words on this slide, and the intent is not necessarily to get comments on the words on the slide of the specific, but just to demonstrate the general idea of what's included in a capability definition in the new model. So in the capability description, we've now included 3 separate sections for this, 3 paragraphs. The first is a technical description of the capability and relevant scope. You can see this is very similar to the type of summary that was provided before, although we have expanded the definitions for each of them as well. We then have a paragraph that describes the minimum expectations aligned with the WMP guidelines, or what is indicative of a level 1 for this capability. You can see it starts with at a minimum and then goes through to establish what those minimum requirements are. And then in the last part of this section, there's a description of indicators of mature systems for this capability. So this starts the discussion of, well, what does a more mature system look like beyond level 1? And you can see that it goes into higher maturity is achieved by, and starts to list several different aspects. The next column over has the risk components. So the capability that we're looking at here is statistical weather, climate, and wildfire modeling. And so when we look at the risk components here, you can see that we've established that how good you are doing at predicting your statistical weather, climate, and wildfire modeling should have an impact on your maturity in equipment likelihood of ignition, vegetation contact likelihood, contact by object likelihood, wildfire spread likelihood, and PSPS likelihood. And so your maturity level within this capability and within its sub scoring philosophies would all go into determining your maturity level across these risk components as well. The next column over has outcome metrics. So this is probably a poorly named column at this point. There's some things that are not necessarily outcomes. The very first one here is number of experiments in your validation basis. But the hypothesis would be the more experiments, more data that you're including in your verification and validation documentation, the more mature your system should be. The validation error, so the quantification of your systematic bias and standard deviation of your error, the lower those numbers are, would be indicative of a more mature system as well. And then here we have some specific data looking at comparing observed win percentiles with statistically calculated percentiles and things like that as well. So the last section that's shown on this slide is the scoring philosophies. So this is a list of each scoring philosophy related to this capability, including a description of those minimum expectations and indications of a higher maturity related to that specific scoring philosophy. So here, for this specific capability, you can see that there are 10 scoring philosophies that are related. We have climate change. We look at the description. This is the impact of long-term climate change on the statistical weather and fire behavior modeling. More mature systems evaluate the impact of climate change on the length of the fire season, statistical weather conditions, statistical vegetation growth and moisture, vegetative species, invasive species, and extension of the WUI. And you can see that we have similar descriptions here for each of the scoring philosophies. We've got IT infrastructure database management, learning and continuous improvement, model inputs and outputs, etc., working our way down. Okay, so just a quick review on the maturity levels. And we are currently planning on keeping these general definitions of what is a 0, 1, 2, and 3, and 4 the same from 2020 to 20, or in the 2023 to 2025 model. So remember, 1 is minimum, 3 is consistent with best practices, 2 is in between those two, and then at the extremes, you have the below, and then the improvement in best practice. Okay. So what we're showing on this slide is for the same capability that we just looked at, what the requirements are for each level of this capability. I've color-coded the individual paragraphs here based on general themes or concepts. Note, these are the requirements just for a single scoring philosophy. So here we're looking at what is a level 0 through 4 in statistical weather, climate, and wildfire modeling related to validation and documentation and disclosures. So you can see the orange is indicating, are you reporting your model substantiation in alignment with the WMP guidelines? So if you're not, then you're 0. And if you are, then that gets you to the minimum expectations. Once you get beyond this, we get into how often are you rerunning your verification and validation suites? So are they version controlled and reevaluated each time the model's updated? And there's kind of growing requirements as you go. The yellow here is discrepancies between your model that's running in production and observed reality or quantified and statistically evaluated performance. So you're consistently tracking, is your model still holding up to reality over time and doing that evaluation? Dark blue here is showing specific model performance. So from your validation basis, is your systematic bias less than 20%? Is your standard deviation of error less than 40%? Note that the specific numbers here are pretty arbitrary, so those will most likely change. But just to give you a kind of a feel that here there's a performance requirement, and that performance requirement becomes more rigorous as you get to level 3 and you get to level 4. We also have an additional content here at level 3 and 4 that is providing your verification and validation suite, the data and the code, to the regulator for third-party review. And then at the level 4, we have annual blind validation and some requirements there about seeing how well your model does without you knowing what's going to happen at all. And so that's a pretty specific thing, but we can talk about that more if you're interested in the Q&A. All right, so now we're going to transition to talking about the maturity level determination and transparency. Okay, so starting here, the light blue is showing the general process for determining maturity levels right now. Utilities submit their survey responses, and then there is an unpublished criteria that is used by Energy Safety to determine the capability maturity level, which is then used in turn to calculate the category maturity level. Going forward, the process will be survey responses will be used with a transparent criteria to calculate these sub-capability scoring philosophy maturity levels. So that's like validation, automation, etc. These sub-capability scoring philosophy maturity levels, it's a lot of words, we might come up with better words later, but these will then be used in another transparent criteria to establish the capability maturity levels. And then the similar transparent criteria will be used to convert from that capability maturity to a category maturity level, as well as the risk and risk component maturity levels. Then these sub-capability scoring philosophy maturity levels will also be used with another transparent criteria to come up with these cross-category theme maturity levels. Okay, so here I wanted to show an example or discuss how the sub-capability scoring philosophy maturity level is determined. If we look at the requirements here, this is the same capability, but now we're looking at modularization. You can see that there's no requirement in the level 0. So no matter what you're doing in your model in terms of modularization, you can't get lower than a level 1 criteria. So if your software code is not modular, then you get a level 1. In level 2, it says software design is modular with submodules which can be replaced to evaluate the impact of different assumptions on the results. Submodules include at least the following, and we establish some of those here. In order to get to the next level for this scoring philosophy, you must accomplish all of the criteria established in this box. If you're doing 2 out of 3, doesn't matter, you're still limited at a 1. We already talked about this, but since there is no requirement of level 0 for this scoring philosophy, you can't get lower than a 1. So the way the capability maturity level will be defined is first, each of those scoring philosophy maturity levels will be defined using that process. And then you'll have these sub-capability scoring philosophy maturity levels like we've shown here in the table. The capability maturity is the minimum of the sub-capability scoring philosophy maturity levels. So this is the same idea of you have to accomplish everything at that level to get to the next level. So here you can see for this specific capability, this arbitrary utility has a 2 through 4 for many of these, but in the climate change area, they're achieving a 1. And so their capability maturity level is a 1. What this means is if they want to advance in maturity level, they need to focus their efforts on moving to the next level in their climate change capability. Okay. So next, let's talk about category maturity levels. Remember that we said that the capability maturity is the minimum of the sub-capability scores. So those are all going to be integers relating to maturity levels. The category maturity is the average of the capability scores. So instead of being the minimum, you actually do get credit for each capability point that you have for each maturity level. So the way this works in this example is you sum up the capability level for each of the capabilities in the category, and then you divide that by the number of capabilities. So in this specific example, the risk assessment and mitigation strategy has a category maturity level of 2.5. Okay. So now we're going to talk a little bit about the risk component maturity levels. What we've put together is a matrix like this, where we have each capability in our model that is linked to specific areas of the risk equation. You can see the grayed out boxes indicate that that capability is linked to this risk component. So when we go to calculate the risk component maturity levels, it is the combination of all the levels from each capability related to that risk component. So again, this is going to be cross-category. You can see that we've got the risk assessment and mitigation prioritization and situational awareness and forecasting categories shown here as an example. But there may be capabilities outside of these categories that are also linked to contact by vegetation likelihood that would be considered. Okay. I did want to provide a little bit of an example of how this may look. If we start on the left-hand side here, we have our individual capability maturity levels, color-coded by logical themes. So we know that the weather capabilities should be linked to equipment likelihood of ignition, contact from vegetation likelihood, and contact by object likelihood. The vegetation capabilities should really only be linked to the contact from vegetation likelihood. They're not going to have an impact on the likelihood equipment will fail, for example. The asset capabilities and the operations capabilities are really related to all three of these. And so you can see that each arrow here represents the maturity level coming out of that capability and going into that risk component. The risk component score here is the average of all the arrows coming into it. So this equipment likelihood of ignition would include the average of the weather capabilities, the asset capabilities, and the operations capabilities. Then, similarly, each of these fundamental risk components that feed into an intermediate risk component would then be averaged to come up with the ignition likelihood risk component maturity level. Then this ignition likelihood, along with ignition consequence, calculated in a similar manner, would go in to calculate the ignition risk maturity level, and so on through the next stage to get to the overall utility risk. Okay, so the next topic I want to discuss is these cross-category theme maturity levels. So the intent here is to look at maturity levels across critical areas that are common themes to most capabilities and categories. And this is a way that we can provide utilities more general guidance about how they're doing in certain areas across the board. The way these are planned to be calculated is to determine the maturity level for by calculating the average of those sub-capability scoring philosophies. So for example, if you're looking at the QA/QC one down here, we would take the validation component of the statistical weather, climate, and wildfire modeling capability, and it would contribute its validation score to this QA/QC score. And we would do the same thing across all the capabilities. And the cross-category theme maturity level is the average of all of those scoring philosophy maturity levels. So we'll get a validation score, we'll get an SME verification score, and then we'll average these across the board to get to the QA/QC score. I'm showing 5 examples here of these cross-category themes. There may be more, and we may throw some of these out, but just to give you a feel for some of the things that we're looking at here. Automation and systemization, continuous improvement, data governance, QA/QC, and risk prioritization. Oh, and something I should have mentioned when I was on the matrix slide before, we did remove the resource allocation methodology maturity category in this model. And the reason for that is the same idea of how are you doing in prioritizing your risk reduction efforts, we believed would be better captured using this type of approach rather than having separate capabilities for before you had like a vegetation risk spend efficiency, an asset risk spend efficiency, a portfolio-wide risk spend efficiency capabilities. And so there was a lot of double dipping of information throughout the model. So we thought it best to replace that with this type of score. Okay, so here I'm providing an example of how this calculation would occur. So here we're looking at for risk assessment and risk assessment and wildfire mitigation strategy. We have 6 capabilities, and we have arbitrarily come up with maturity or sub-capability maturity levels for each of these scoring philosophies related to data governance. And you can see that not all of them are related to all of the scoring philosophies. But the ones that are relevant get averaged to get to the scoring philosophy maturity level. And then the overall data governance maturity is the average of this column here for each of these scoring philosophies. So this would yield a value of 2.2 for data governance for this category. Okay. So now I want to talk a little bit about the maturity assessment and the utility WMP. Okay. So there's 3 main areas where we want the maturity model to plug in to the WMP. The first is in the WMP section organization. Each of the mitigation initiative sections generally align with categories of the maturity model. So we want to have subsections within those maturity levels, or sorry, within those mitigation sections that are discussing how the maturity, how the mitigation initiatives that are being undertaken are improving the maturity. Since the capability definitions and the maturity level determination process will be transparent, the utilities will know their maturity levels prior to submitting their WMP, and they'll know what their maturity level is expected to be at the end of the cycle. And they can use that information to discuss in their narrative how what they're doing will lead to improved maturity over the 3-year cycle. In addition, we're planning on having specific sections for the cross-category theme maturity levels as relevant in individual sections. For example, having a discussion of data governance in your veg management section, where you're discussing what is included in your database, how are you validating what's in your database, how are you managing all of that information. Will be discussed in that subsection under vegetation management. Let's see, we've talked about some of this transparency already, but there's also, again, we talked about this in the risk prioritization one, but discussion of how the mitigation initiatives in each area should identify how the plan will result in an improved maturity. And this is all in line with the same objectives what we're doing with the risk assessment is give us the information that we need to understand why you're doing what you're doing, how what you're doing is leading to a reduction in risk and improved maturity. And the last place where this plugs in is to have the survey questions aligned or updated to align with the changes to the maturity model and the WMP sections, specifically to be more in line with each of the initiatives within the mitigation initiative sections. We're also planning on providing additional context within the survey questions to improve consistent interpretation. We're also planning on providing space for a word-limited narrative in the maturity survey for each capability. And the purpose of this, there will be clear requirements of what's allowed to be included, but we want to understand what are activities that are being undertaken related to that capability, but weren't included in the 2023 to 2025 model. Because no matter how good we make the model, there's going to be things where the utility is pushing the envelope and doing better in a certain area. We want to make sure that we understand that and we have that information documented so that it can be included in the next maturity model, so that utilities are getting credit for what they do well. We also want to allow some space for the utilities to comment on the capability design. Is the description, scoring philosophies, maturity levels appropriate? We want to provide some room for feedback so that everyone is able to understand how are the utilities interpreting, what do they think is a best practice, and we can all be on the same page. So we do want to provide that narrative. Now, the intent is that the narrative in the maturity survey is not part of the WMP evaluation itself. These are taken more as comments on the model and not necessarily part of the formal evaluation, more just to provide context so that we as a community and energy safety as a regulator can continue to improve the model going forward. Okay, so I'll pop this up. This is a summary of the key changes to the maturity model. And I'm not going to read all these in details. They'll be there when the slides are sent out. But one is reorganizing the maturity model. And part of this was adding new categories, merging categories, and merging capabilities. We're expanding the maturity capability definitions to include more themes. We're developing these cross-category theme metrics, which evaluate these key scoring philosophies across all areas. And we're increasing the transparency and maturity level determination. And we are linking the maturity assessment to the utilities WMP discussion and improving best practices over time. Okay, so I think we ended a little bit early there. There was 8 minutes left in the session. So I would suggest that we extend the break a little bit. Or Nathan, did you want to go straight into some Q&A?
No, why don't we go into the break and back at 3:25.
Okay. Would it be worth bringing the break back earlier since we're starting just to get more Q&A in, or do you just want to keep that 3:25 time slot?
Oh, that's a good point. Let's take the 15-minute. I have 3:07.
Do 3:20.
So let's go to 3:20 and come back at 3:20 to start our comments.
Sounds good. And everyone, if you have written questions that you want to put into the chat, please do now, and we'll address those. And we'll get to some of the verbal comments here at 3:20. All right, everyone. Looks like we are at our start time of 3:20. So there are a few questions in the chat. I'll address a couple of them. So you can see there's, Megan, would you like to read the first question?
Absolutely. So the first question we have here is from Holly Werman with Cal Advocates. The question is, in the maturity model, grid design and asset inspections are now merged. Is that going to be the case for the WMP itself? If so, what's the reasoning for that? If not, then does it make sense for the maturity model to have categories that don't align to the WMP categories?
So the current plan is that those categories are merged in the WMP as well. That chapter in the session 1 that Darlene had presented earlier today was grid hardening and operations. And the intent there was to pull in the asset side of things all into one section. And part of the reason for that is that when you have, the grid design side, you're establishing where should new assets be going, where should these different pieces be going. And it's a lot of it's interrelated with, well, should we change how the grid is designed, or should we change assets that are in place? And so a lot of those decisions are being considered in the same space. So that's why those were being pulled together. We are open to splitting them back up again if there is a good reason for doing that, but that was the rationale for it. So I'm open to hearing more comments on that as well.
All right, great. Should I go to the next one?
Could you skip to the one by Karun? Because I think that is a similar question.
Sure. So Karun Singh says, how will the proposed 9 maturity model categories align with WMP initiatives?
So the intent here is that most of the maturity categories will align with the WMP initiative categories. Some of the exceptions right now are risk assessment and WMP strategy are one category. And then the safety culture, since that is assessed through a separate process than the WMP, that's currently not planned to be in the mitigation initiatives. Similarly, data governance is at the moment planning to be part of an individual section within each of the mitigation initiatives where it's relevant, rather than being its own mitigation initiative chapter. But again, all of that are things that we're thinking now, and we are open to feedback on that as well. Let's see. There were also 3 related questions in the chat, one from Henry, one from Holly, one from Lana. Could you read those, Megan?
Absolutely. So Henry from the Public Advocate's Office said, on one of the slides you showed about modeling capabilities, providing model validation and verification, including source code, to the regulator is not required until level 3. Why is this not considered a required practice? I noted that the CPUC's rules of practice and procedure require utilities to provide access to models and source code to other parties in a proceeding. Should I also read the other 2 all at once?
So I'll go ahead and respond to that one. That's actually not the one I was thinking of there.
Okay.
But that is a good question of how much of the source code and verification suites should the utilities be required to submit to energy safety at a level 1? And that's an open question. It's myself coming from the building fire safety background with Fire Dynamics Simulator that does provide the source code just to the public. That's okay. The reason that this was not included as a 1 initially there was primarily in alignment with the SMAP guidance, because the SMAP did not explicitly require that source code be provided to the regulator. It says it should be unless there are specific confidentiality reasons for not doing it, and there is an out in that place. So that's why that one was that specific capability was designed the way it was. But again, that's a good comment and something that as part of the public, we should decide what level of scrutiny should be required to make a level 1 decision. Megan, could you read the 3 that I put in the chat? About that, I had to cough. Can you read the 3 that I put in the chat? That were, one was from Henry, one from Holly, one from Lana.
Yes. All right, so the first one is from Henry Burton with the Public Advocate's Office. What does OEIS envision as the function of this scoring rubric? What consequences are linked to maturity level scores? With the maturity model, it looks as if you've created a set of criteria for approval or denial of a WMP. For example, a utility must reach at least a level 2 on each capability for its WMP to be approved. Does OEIS plan on using the maturity model in this way? And the second one from Holly Worman with Cal Advocates asks, are there consequences tied to the maturity model? For example, if a utility fails to substantially improve its maturity in several categories over the 3-year period, are there any consequences? Or if a utility submits a WMP and its maturity in a category is very low, would that trigger audits or inspections or some other compliance action from OEIS? And then finally, from Lana, how will commitments to reach certain maturity levels in 2022 WMPs be reconciled to this maturity model scoring format? And again, Lana's from RAD Consulting.
Nathan, you were going to speak to this for a little bit.
Yeah, I can speak to this. So to Henry and Holly's comments, the maturity model is considered as part of the WMP and would be considered in the ultimate approval or denial of a WMP. If there's any specific suggestions on that you have on how energy safety should consider that in the evaluations, we would love to hear that in your comments. Speaking to Lana's question about any commitments made in this year's WMP to the maturity model, if we were to adopt these changes for 2023, we would of course need to track any commitments that utilities have made in this year's WMP. The specifics of that have not been worked out yet, whether that would be kind of a narrative reporting or mapping to the new capabilities.
Thank you, Nathan. So we do have a few hands raised. So let's go to that. I see Amy Tong first. Could we get her added?
I'm just doing a quick mic check. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Amy Tong with PG&E. First, thanks for taking my question. I really appreciate this workshop to learn more about energy savings, current thinking about our 2023 WMP, and I personally find these presentations very informative, so thank you. I have a couple of questions. One is, you touched on this, the need to improve standardization and consistency in our maturity reporting. So my question is, before the maturity survey questions and selection options are finalized, would there be opportunities for us to review and align our understanding and interpretation of those questions at both the draft and the final stages of the survey development? So that's my first question. And then my second question is, can you share a little bit on your thinking around the timing of the survey submission in light of the overall WMP submission timeline discussion? Would there be consideration to align the survey submissions with the WMP submission? So thank you. Those are my 2 questions.
I think those are both great questions and things that we will need to consider on that. In terms of the timeline of the survey submission, that will be something that we'll need to follow up with energy safety on and see. In terms of the other aspect on improved consistency, I think that's a good comment, and we should think about that, make sure that we consider that in 2023. I don't have a specific answer for you on that today. Did I cover the 2? I thought there were 2 questions. Was there a third that I missed?
No, those were it. Thank you.
Okay. Looks like Will is next. We get him added.
Thanks. I just had a question about how safety culture was going to be folded into this, or if there was an approach that was identified, and wanted to understand to what extent the safety culture OII at the Public Utilities Commission was being looked at as a basis for that. There was extensive work within that to identify a methodology, and there were lots of subject matter experts, including Ken Feinberg from the 9/11 Commission and others, really prominent in their fields, who provided input into how that could be done and ways that could be done effectively, and just wanted to ensure that that was part of the mix as you're looking at how to proceed with that.
So we are reviewing those documents as part of the development of these capabilities. And in terms of how that should be, how all of this should interconnect, I think that's still an open question that we don't have an answer to. I guess as a general question, I see Sarah raised her hands, and she's in the subject matter expert in this area for energy safety. I'll let her weigh in before I say more on the topic. Could we add Sarah?
Great. Hi. Yes, Mr. Abrams, we are trying to coordinate with the CPUC safety culture process and trying to establish the best way for our process to complement theirs and vice versa. And we're certainly sharing information about how they're developing their safety culture maturity model and how that can inform our process. And I don't remember if this got touched on earlier, but in the revision of the maturity model going forward, we're hoping to include some aspects of safety culture in that. So the future maturity survey will have some questions to touch on that. So we have another ruler by which to measure things on that front over the years coming. But truly the whole safety culture assessment process is so new, it's hard for me to promise you that it's going to bear fruit. It's going to take some time to iron it out and make it pay off perhaps, but please be patient and continue to engage with these processes and give us your feedback.
Thanks, Sarah. Glad to hear that collaboration is going on. And I do think that there was a lot of work in that proceeding. So hopefully that will provide a strong basis for how you move forward, so we don't have to sort of start from a blank sheet of paper, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. So I see Ryan has his hand up. So let's go to Ryan next.
Not sure, but Ryan may have dropped.
Okay. While we're waiting for Ryan to come up, Megan, could you read the next couple questions?
Absolutely. So the next one we have is from Lana, not related to the maturity model section 3 discussion, but are the metrics tables 1 through 12 going to be changing also to align with the new guidelines and maturity model? Also related to the metrics tables are the spatial data schema and non-spatial data duplication going to be streamlined?
So thank you for the question, Lana. I will say that those are changes that are being considered, and we've been reviewing the public comment in that space, but we are not prepared to discuss the specific changes to that at this time. But be on the lookout. There will most likely be future discussions on that. But I don't want to speak to that until decisions are more finalized. If you do have additional comments on the changes that you would like to see that have not been covered in previous comment periods, happy to hear them. But ideally, we'd be focusing this discussion on the maturity, risk, and the organization of the guidelines.
Okay, and the next one is from Kyle. Does the merging of grid hardening, asset management, and inspections, et cetera, into one category in the WMP result in any substantive changes to the number of initiatives required or level or type of detail required to be reported on? Or does this just roll the existing initiatives from those prior categories into one larger category?
Thank you for the question. And that is still an open question. It hasn't been determined yet. We're still figuring out the specific initiatives that should be included in that new section. But thank you for the comment, and we will make sure that that is considered as we're pulling together the 2023 guidelines.
Okay, great. And then there's one more here from an anonymous attendee. Will the safety culture self-assessment piece go away since it's being rolled into the maturity model?
So I don't know if Sarah's still around, if she wants to address that. I don't see her in the participant list.
Yes, so the safety culture assessment is something OEIS, energy safety, is mandated to do annually. That won't change unless the legislation changes. We'll be doing the safety culture assessment annually. And the component of the maturity survey that covers questions about safety culture will only support the annual assessment process, not replace it.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, so I do see we have a hand up from Ian Fisher.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Ian Fisher, Cal Advocates. How are you doing again? I've got two questions. The first is a clarification on something that Holly asked earlier. Given that this is a self-reported survey from the utilities, is energy safety developing any capability of auditing the utilities with respect to maturity?
That is a very broad question. I see Sarah raise her hand. I will let her address it. I think you're on mute, Sarah.
Sorry, we are in the beginning process of figuring out how we can verify maturity survey responses. So that this is on the horizon, but it's a glimmer of light on the horizon. We can't describe the process yet.
Understood. I get that. So it's a general direction of travel for you folks, which is what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, we want to not just have it be a electronic survey that we get and we go, okay. We'd like to have a little verification process. Yes.
I appreciate that. And then is there going to be some sort of stakeholder, hopefully some sort of stakeholder input into that process, or if possible?
I think we, as an office, generally like to get stakeholder input. I cannot tell you what that process will look like because I'm literally just having the first meeting about that next week.
Totally understood. Totally understood. Thank you. And then my second question, and that's, thank you for that answer. That kind of helps satisfy some of my thoughts. So my second question is another general question with regard to energy safety and how you are maturing with respect to how the utilities are maturing. in that, you know, at the moment, for example, you have a quarterly data report, it's a quarterly cycle. As the utilities mature and move to more real-time analytics, are you expecting to go in that sort of direction so that a quarterly data report becomes more of a service from the utilities? And if that was a direction you were going in, would you be able to make that capability available to stakeholders? Does that make any sense?
That something Nathan, Lucy, or Sarah that you'd like to weigh in on?
Yeah, I didn't quite understand what you meant by service.
I can explain if you want.
Yes, that'd be great.
Okay, so as the utilities move to real-time reporting, you know, and they're updating their own systems real-time, and their analytics have shorter and shorter latency, then are you looking to have shorter latency between the utility reporting as the utility reports to you, or are you thinking of just staying with a quarterly data report? The reason I ask this is because effectively a QDR is kind of gatekeeps the data, and it will end up restricting what the stakeholders can see. So, you know, the utilities get faster and faster and more timely. I'd like to know what if any, how energy safety looks to mature in a similar fashion.
Yeah, we'll take that into consideration. You know, certainly that's a good point, that as the capability increases and the reporting becomes faster, we would perhaps want to keep up with that. And certainly, as Sarah mentioned, as an office, we generally would like to engage with the stakeholders. So if, you know, when that process develops, we would love everybody's input as well.
So I would ask that you make the data more available in that case, if possible, as it starts to become more timely from the utility. That was a statement, that was a request, and there's no response required.
Great, thank you for your comments, Ian.
Okay, I don't see anyone else with their hands up. Let's see, it looks like there are some questions in the chat. I'm going to flip over to the guiding questions to leave those up while we talk to some of these.
Right, so the first one just popped up from an anonymous attendee asking, will OEIS provide a template where IOUs can just plug in the survey responses for each question and know the capability scores? Or would IOUs have to create their own rubric using the guidelines provided by OEIS for scoring?
That's a good question, and not something we have finalized the decision on. So we'll have to get back to you on that, but it would probably be beneficial for everyone to be using the same tool to develop that scoring, but we'll need to discuss that with energy safety.
Okay, and the next one is from Kyle with SCE, stating that SCE appreciates the discussion today and apologizes for the technical issues. No problem, happy to read it, Kyle. We seem to be experiencing with the audio. There was a significant amount of new information presented today, including many new recommendations, new processes, and detailed changes to existing structures. Understandably, the team is still processing this information and looks forward to understanding it in further detail. We intend to offer further feedback in written comments. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments, Kyle, and we'll look forward to reading those written comments.
That's all for now in the chat for Q&A.
I don't see anyone with their hands open. I do have some of the guiding questions open here, if anyone has any comments on what we're showing there. So what are the thoughts on the additional maturity level definitions, specifically with the cross-category themes and the risk component of maturities? Are there any comments? Is that a helpful addition, or is that additional noise that will just make it more difficult to do the review? Looks like there's a question in the chat, Megan.
Yep, this is from John Rankin with SCE. Beyond the comments that are due on May 6th, are you able to share additional details on the process for these guidelines to be finalized? Will the utilities and other parties have the chance to further comment?
Nathan or Lucy, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, we're still developing, working on the process, and are looking for more opportunities to engage with stakeholders and the public. We don't have any definite dates on any future meetings at this time, but we'll certainly keep everybody informed of future opportunities.
Was the discussion of the maturity level determination approach clear? Do you have any questions in how the maturity will plan to be calculated, or comments on that approach? Are there any topics or wish list things for the maturity model that are big picture things that you wish we had addressed that were not addressed in our current reorganization? I think we'll wait another couple minutes, and if there haven't been any other hands or comments in maybe by 3:52, 3:53, then we'll go ahead and close out this Q&A and open the floor again for general Q&A. If anyone has any other comments that they want to discuss, we'll open the floor then. All right, let's open the floor now. If there are any questions or follow-up comments on the overall restructure of the guidelines discussed in session 1, or the risk assessment and mitigation strategy discussed in session 2, please feel free to add any closing comments or questions. Looks like Henry has his hand up.
Hi, this is Henry with the Public Advocate's Office. I think somebody asked a little bit ago what the process going forward is for developing and for stakeholder input on these guidelines. And I think I'd like to just encourage you to plan another workshop like this, perhaps in a month or two after, after folks have had an opportunity for comment and these ideas have been fleshed out in some more detail, because I think today we had a look at the ideas in broad form, but it would be really helpful to have another workshop where we can look at more specific and concrete proposals and have an opportunity for stakeholders to engage and argue over some more specific ideas for what the guidelines are going to look like going forward. So I hope we'll have an opportunity. I mean, obviously there are comments scheduled in a couple of weeks, but I hope after that we'll have another opportunity to workshop these ideas and go over more specific options.
Thank you for your comment. Is there a specific topic out of the 3 that we've discussed today that you think we need to revisit in another workshop?
I don't know offhand. I mean, I think the first topic, the structure and schedule for sure. The other 2, perhaps. I think we'll have to see when folks submit comments, how much alignment there is and how many concerns there are. I think there's a lot of ideas that still need to be developed in more detail. And so it would be useful to see in the comments what areas of concern folks have.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Are there any other closing comments?
So one more question just popped up in the chat from Lana. Will the QIU QDR be updated to align with the new guidelines?
So the QDR will be updated, at least to some degree, of what's being included in that. I don't think we're going to talk about that today, but there will be future discussions on that topic. So, Nathan or Lucy, do you want to weigh in on the question?
Yeah, to the extent that there are any changes to the WMP, that the QDRs and the QIUs have quarterly reporting in the same format, and those changes would be carried throughout. And of course, we would provide more guidance once that draws nearer.
And another one just popped up from Henry. He says, I would suggest aiming for a workshop in June to discuss more specific and develop proposals.
So we've had several comments now about additional venues for discussion on the guidelines. And so thank you again for this. And we'll discuss with energy safety and see what's a reasonable timeline and what topics we can cover in that. If you have specific sections of or specific suggestions on what you'd like to see in a workshop in June, that'd be good to include in the written comments so that we can consider those. A workshop like this is great to provide this broad overview, but if you're wanting to go into the really specific in the weed details, then we really need to be targeted in what the focus of the workshop is. And so if you have suggestions on what that target approach should be, then we're happy to hear those. Okay, so hearing no other comments or questions, turn it over to Nathan to do some closeout.
Great, thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, just to thank you to Jonathan and Darlene for leading the discussion today. Just to wrap up, we can go back to the schedule. Oh, thanks, Jonathan. So energy safety, today we have our workshop. We're aiming for a draft of the guidelines at the end of summer, for final guidelines to be out in the fall. Can you go to the next slide, Jonathan? And as was made apparent today, not every aspect of the 2023 guidelines was discussed. There's still a lot of open questions on the process. There's questions on requirements for the small multi-jurisdictional utilities and the ITOs, and energy safety will work with Jensen Hughes, and we'll look for more opportunities and venues for public participation moving forward with these guideline developments. On that note, written comments will be accepted through May 6th. If you have any specific recommendations based on today's presentations or any responses to the guiding questions throughout the slides, please include them in your written comments. Written comments may cover both the proposals and the ideas discussions that happened today, as well as any other topic related to 2023 WMP guidelines that was not directly discussed. Please submit your comments to the 2023 WMP docket, which is now open. And just as a quick reminder, all of the WMP dockets are connected to the same service list here at Energy Safety. So if you are already on the WMP service list, there's no need to go sign up for the 2023 docket. Those notifications will already be sent to you. And finally, a recording of today's workshop and the slide deck will be made available. And with that, I'll conclude today's meeting. Thank you everybody for taking the time out of your Friday to join us. And we very much appreciate your participation and engagement.